in Colombo for the second consecutive day at the 143rd Historical Battle of the Blues encounter between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia. It's a really beautiful day here today at the SSC. A little bit of rain in the morning, but we're expecting the best of cricket in the upcoming day and the next day as well. I'm joined here by my Thomian counterpart, Nevan Sera Sundara. Nevan, good morning.
Morning, Ravita, and I completely agree with your analysis of the weather conditions currently. We're still seeing a little bit of gloom around the SSC, but the weather report indicates there might be slight drizzles, but hopefully it won't interrupt today's proceedings, because I'm pretty sure both the Thomian camp and the Royal camp really want to get out and they really play the match today, because there's no point in having the Battle of the Blues, considering we do not have any crowds at all. There's no point in having the Battle of the Blues without that cricket being played. With that being said, let's just get off with some analysis of what happened yesterday. So, the Thomians got off to a decent start. A very defensive approach by the Thomian openers, Janindu Abegunawardana and Senadi Bulankulama. Thomians ended the first session at 53 for no loss. And I must say that first session really went to St. Thomas's. But then to really talk about what happened after the lunch break, I must turn to the golden side of the Battle of the Blues.
Yes, Nevan. So the second session was actually, I would say, really went to Royal, because what a comeback. I would say all the bowlers, the spin attack and the fast bowlers got together and they put up a magnificent bowling attack, and they were able to get 6 wickets after the lunch break, and here we are at a final score of 206 runs for the fall of 6 wickets, St. Thomas's College. And we can't really say whether St. Thomas's or Royal College were on the top at the end of day one. Both of these teams actually performed really well, and they had their own performances, and we saw 250s yesterday by 2 of the batsmen, and one of those batsmen, Charuka Piris, if I'm not mistaken, is on 51 not out as of now, and we have Mahit Pereira, a second-year colorsman at St. Thomas's College. So what do we expect from these 2 batsmen, seeing as to the weather conditions, and what would they have to do in order to keep St. Thomas's College on top at the end of maybe, let's say, the first session of this day?
In order to answer that question, Ravita, I must actually go back to the circumstances which St. Thomas's found themselves about 10 overs into the second session. They were 78 for 5, and it looks like there was going to be a repeat of what happened last year, where there's a tremendous Thomian collapse in the first innings. But and alongside his batting partner, Charuka Piris, they were able to rescue the Thomian innings. Shettyaraj putting on a magnificent 55 runs given the circumstances. It was absolutely re-established themselves going into the tea session. Sinesh Shettyaraj and Charuka Piris were able to, and then of course Sinesh Shettyaraj really playing somewhat of a push to a decent ball by Ramiro Pereira. They just fell short, and now he found himself out. And then Charuka Piris found himself alongside Mahit Pereira, who had somewhat steadied the ship and ended the day on 207 for 6. Going into today, we see there is not as much as moisture we saw on the pitch as yesterday, because comparatively to yesterday there was less amount of rain. But hopefully, Geetan Balsuri was probably going to hope for the fact that he can little bit with that extra moisture on the pitch today, he'll be able to give the ball to Dan Podivela, Ramanayaka, and even Bulan Veeratunga. Maybe get these 2 batsmen. I think the strategy at this point has to be to steady the ship a bit more. Get to around 300 by lunch, and maybe look to declare in order to make sure that you give the Royals something to chase down and give your bowlers something to defend. In Royals' point of view, I think what they really need to strive to achieve at this moment is to pick up Pereira's and Charuka Piris' wickets early on. That's what they did in the second session of yesterday. Hopefully, for the Royals' sake, they can try to make sure they get those 2 wickets early on, and then make sure that before lunch today, Royal is batting. I think that is the strategy that Royal needs to use in order to make sure they're able to win this 143rd Battle of the Blues and take that shield back to Reed Avenue. Ravita?
Absolutely agreed, Nevan, because I would say if we are expecting some kind of a result in this match, and if Royal needs to come on top, Royal really needs to make sure that they get all these players of the St. Thomas's side all out by the first session itself. That is something that we are really looking forward for, and the Royal College bowling performance has been really well yesterday as well. They did a tremendous job in the fielding. They stopped boundaries. They always made sure that unnecessary runs are not leaked. But however, we saw some opportunities missed as well from the Royal side, and we really hope that that doesn't happen today. But however, moving forward, we saw some really great fielding, really great bowling from the Royal College yesterday itself, and we expect that would continue, and all the 4 wickets, including the wickets of Mahit Pereira and Charuka Piris, who are on crease, they are steady, and they have to break those partnerships, because we saw Royal was getting steady, Nevan. Royal was getting steady with those 4-5 wickets in the middle, and then the top order collapsed. Ryan Fernando, their captain, the top scorer for the season, more than 800 runs. He came and he managed to get a good score with a fast pace. But however, afterwards he got out, and then afterwards we saw Mahit Pereira and all of them putting up rather a great partnership. So those partnerships actually made that steadiness of Royal College a little bit go up and down. But however, the first session of the day, it's definitely going to be really advantageous for the bowlers, I would say, because it's rather a wet outfield. It's rather hard to score runs. And seeing as to the SSC pitch, the pitch of the SSC is mostly suited towards fast bowlers and spin bowlers. So we really expect Royal College to give some huge performance within the first session of today itself. And Nevan, what do you think? How do you think that St. Thomas's College batsmen should respond, seeing that the top order has already collapsed and it's kind of in the end of the middle order? How do you think St. Thomas's College batsmen should strategize in order to make this a St. Thomas's match?
To make sure that their batting does not collapse and to really get to around 300, 350 mark. I think what the Thomians need to do is what they've been doing so far. Pacing, making sure they pace themselves, making sure that they don't go for every ball to score runs. They're make sure that you take the balls that come at you. So a loose hit, maybe full toss, or maybe a half volley or something wide outside the off stump. Those are things that Thomians could exploit. They don't need to necessarily go after every single ball, but rather what they need to make sure is they pace themselves significantly to make sure they don't lose any unnecessary hits. And I think that's what the Thomians are striving to achieve at this moment in time. In terms of the campaigners who are currently out there in the middle, Charles Iris has not been the most experienced batter for the Thomians, hasn't necessarily provided Thomians with a whole host of runs throughout the season. However, he has proven when he comes to the big stage that he is able to really come out there and really make sure that he is paced enough and calm enough to make sure he does not give away his wicket cheaply. And he's joined by an experienced campaigner as well, Mahit Pereira. He's a second-year colorsman for St. Thomas's, and he's also a colorsman for a whole heap of other sports St. Thomas's. So he knows what it's like to play in that limelight, to be able to take that pressure, to remain composed. I think Mahit Pereira is extremely key in those instances for St. Thomas's. But in that sense, they really need to continue what they've been doing so far. However, they will be going up against a rampant Royal attack. Royal really wants to win this Royal Thomian here. They already have 4 colorsmen, and this is obviously going to go out today and trying to get those early wickets into bat. And I think they're really going to use Raman as well as Bulan Veeratunga. They really, and that is key here. We saw that the Royal spinners were able to get a significant amount of headaches. It goes around to all the Royal bowls. Dan Podivel bowled extremely well. Bulan Veeratunga in limited spells was able to show us his class. But I must say though, really wasn't impressed by Ramanayaka's performance yesterday around. Lots of full tosses. I mean, Panapitia for me yesterday was the star Royal fielder. He saved Royal about 20 to 30 runs where Ramanayaka was bowling all over the place and was getting very frustrated at the end of the day as well. So in order to really make sure that Royal picks up those wickets, I think Ramanayaka is going to be key for Royal coming into this second day. And I think he needs to pick it up a bit more. We know his brother Himesh Ramanayaka was key for Royal's victory in 2016. So we think if he can emanate that same kind of performance that his brother was in 2016, Royal will have a good opportunity of taking that shield back to Royal College. But it all depends on whether Royal really pick up those early, because that is the most key here. Because if St. Thomas is able to back on till lunch, I think most likely than not, is probably going to end up in a draw. And that is something that neither school really wants, because a draw is, like, what's wrong with a draw? There's no point. Or you come all these 3 days for no result. But I'm pretty sure the team that's losing probably doesn't want that at all. In instance, I think it's a bit of an anyone's game at this moment. Can pick up those wickets, it looks like it'll tilt towards Royal in terms of the prediction of a victory. If St. Thomas's can bat on till lunch, it will most likely end in a draw. And of course, if St. Thomas's really accelerate and put up 350 on the board by lunch, or maybe just right after the lunch session, I think St. Thomas's will be in control of this match. But it all depends. It's a very unpredictable game. You see a team can put up 150 runs in one partnership, and they lose 5 wickets all of a sudden, and the momentum suddenly shifts to the other side. And that kind of unpredictability is really why we love cricket. We are Sri Lankans, we are Thomians and Royalists. We all come here to watch a beautiful game of cricket, and that's what we've been provided. That's what we have been provided with for 143 years. And that is something that is really great about this counter, the history, the culture, the prominence it has in terms of the school calendar. I think that is something that both schools really look forward to, and not just both schools. Everyone around Sri Lanka really looks forward to this match. Ravitha?
Absolutely, Nevan. This encounter is it's definitely the second longest uninterrupted school cricket encounter of the cricket series of the entire world. The second most longest interrupted one, and this longest in Sri Lanka. So definitely this has a lot of history, and this has a lot of memories. We have so many. I mean, this encounter really brings the Thomians and the Royalists together as well. This is something that actually is a sign of the brotherhood and the comradeship of the Royalists and the Thomians that brings them together, and definitely is something that you can never miss. We are really sorry we don't have the public, and we are really sad about it, that we don't have the public with us, the spectators. That is something that really fuels up the game, that gives the encouragement to the players and to all of us here at the SSC. But however, because of the situations in the country, we cannot. However, moving in onto yesterday's performances as well, we saw quite an unnecessary wicket as a run out by Sadisa Rajapaksha, Dinesh Gunawardena. A quite unnecessary run, and I would say Thomians would have to look into not scoring such unnecessary runs or unnecessary shots, because yesterday we saw a magnificent bowling performance by the spinners and the fast bowlers of the Royal College. All of them made the Thomian batsmen go towards those shots, missing those shots, almost tips and almost chucking into the wickets. We actually saw that. So that is a really great side of the Royal bowling that we saw yesterday, and that is the momentum that these Royal College bowlers have, and that would make sure that we have to make sure the Royal team should make sure that that momentum continues for this day as well, and make sure that they pick up those wickets as Nevan suggested, because if we are going for any sort of result, we really would expect the rest of the 4 wickets to fall within the first session itself. That is a must for the game today, and we are seeing quite a lot of excitement. We are excited for today's game, and also, going into the performance of Royals bowling, we have seen Gishan Balasuriya with 2 wickets, and also Ramiro Pereira with 2 wickets. Even though he was a little bit too economical, Ramiro Pereira was able to pick up 2 wickets and build up some pressure for the Thomian side, for the Thomian batsmen. And that is what actually makes something. And also Dan Podivel, even though he did not pick up wickets, I would say, Nevan, he really built up the pressure for the Thomians, and he has an economy of 2.91, which is really good as well. And we expect to see more of these paces and the spin bowlers in the attack today. And hopefully, from my side, I would say a good first session for the Royalists. And Nevan, what are your thoughts on it?
You don't need to be that biased, Ravita. But in terms of Podivela in itself, the Royal bowling attack, they bowled absolutely magnificently throughout yesterday. They were consistent with their line and length. They bowled very, very well. Other than, you know my thoughts about Ramanayaka, but other than that, the bowlers bowled really well. Even Raviru Pereira, who was quite expensive for the Royalists, was still able to pick up the occasional wicket here and there. And they were both caught and bowled, which means even though he was pretty aggressive with the amount of runs he gave away, he was, in terms of his bowling technique, placing himself and that follow through after bowling the ball. Ramiru Pereira was really able to place himself well in order to take those catches. When it comes to Thomian batting performance yesterday, yes, I think you're right, completely right, Ravita, in terms of Dinet's run out. It was very unfortunate, and that really comes to show the inexperience of the Thomian batters here, because Kandang, it was an unnecessary run, like you said. It did not even. It wasn't a place where you could really get that run. But unfortunately, Fernando called it early. The Thomian skipper called that run early, but Gunawardene was a bit hesitant to take off, and then that shows the inexperience when it comes to batting in this limelight. I think that really showed the Thomian batters in this particular encounter were a bit inexperienced to face up against such an experienced Royal bowling attack. And going back to Podivela, unfortunate, like you said, wasn't able to pick up a wicket of the Thomians. However, he bowled very, very well, and I think the other bowlers around him were able to bear the fruits of his labor, because we saw as soon as, while he was adding pressure on the Thomians from one end, the other end, whether it be Ramiru Pereira, whether it be Gishan Balasuriya, were able to pick up for the Royalists. But to all games played today, we really hope that we are able to get a result either in favour of St. Thomas's from my end, and of course Ravitha from your end. Hope it were a royal one. But as it stands, most likely than not, it is probably going to end up in a draw. And that is something that, like I said before, neither school really wants. But if it turns to the losing side, you always want to go for that draw. And it seems as if we are just about to start. We're just about to start off play. The teams are warming up at the moment, but hopefully we're able to get underway as fast that the Thomians will be able to, stay in there today. In terms of my perspective, Royals obviously would like to pick up those early wickets. But one thing I must say about yesterday, in terms of Royal Coach, what they were doing in the field, they were trying to constantly motivate each other, and you see that Balasuriya wasn't necessarily making decisions by himself. Constantly, as Sadish Rajpal, senior Khalisman in the Royal camp, making sure their advice is taken. That really Surya's captaincy, making sure that he's constantly trying to get the advice of his senior players before changing things tactically. That was another thing that was there. They did not work. They weren't persistent with a single strategy. If they feel a couple of overs, maybe 3 or 4 overs, that look, this is not going to work, they changed it. They were very aggressive in their field setting. They would have liked to get and probably get the Thomians all out before the end of play yesterday. But you saw that they were constantly trying to get those wickets, trying to make sure that Royal put St. Thomas's on the back foot. And that is a brilliant captaincy by Balasuriya. But not just Balasuriya there, it comes from coaching as well. We saw Mr. Soisa, on the balcony there, trying to advise the Royalists, trying to motivate them from that balcony itself. And we saw the Thomians on that side as well, cheering on every single run in that moment. And we saw that this isn't just a game between two schools. There's passion behind it. There is a symbolism behind all. You have the army of schoolboys backing these people. You have 3,000 from St. Thomas's, and you have the over 8,000 from Royal College. And you have the parents, you have the prefects all around supporting these teams. And that is something that is significant. And I just say it's significant. I think the amount of passion you're able to generate for a game like the Royal Thomian, you don't generate for other kinds of big matches because of the history, the culture, the significance it has in that school calendar. It isn't something that other big matches can really create. I think there's something very unique to St. Thomas's and Royal. I think that cultural significance is something very special to St. Thomas's, and I think it's very special to Royal College. Ravitha?
Definitely, Nevan. This big match, as I said, The Battle of the Blues is one of the most prestigious, and I would say the pinnacle of big matches in Sri Lanka, because of this culture, of the culture of the two schools itself, is really gonna make this a historical and a really great battle. So, as we already know, as Nevan mentioned, we saw really great captains from Gichan Balasuriya yesterday itself. And as I said, Royal College has some really good players. Players like, I would say, Sadisha Rajapaksha. Sadisha Rajapaksha is actually a part of the national under-19 squad. So he has much great experience. He has some different experience working with, playing with other the best players in Sri Lanka, and that is something that I would say the Gishan Balasuriya should he actually managed to successfully get from him, and that is something that we see in the team itself, the collectiveness, the ability to work as a team, and that is something that has put Royal, whatever this match is gonna produce, I think the two teams actually have a real great sense of collectiveness, and the team spirit is actually something that we have seen in both of these teams. We saw when the 50s came up from the two batsmen from St. Thomas's College, namely Sene Shettiarachchi and Charuka Peiris. All the St. Thomas's College pavilion was cheering for them, and that is something that really motivates them. Even though Sene Shettiarachchi was out at 55, it was something of a really great performance, because getting even a half century at the Battle of the Blues is something really, really important, and really important for a player, especially as a Royalist and a Thomian. And we are seeing a little bit of a drizzle. We are having the covers on back again. Hopefully, we will be able to experience some amount of play in a few more minutes, and hopefully the rain will go away. And Nevan?
Yeah, very unfortunate at the moment. We are seeing a little bit of rain on the surface. I think the umpires are also trying to be extremely cautious to make sure that the pitch is kept nice and high for the game, because the worst thing you want in terms of a batter and even a bowler in most instances is a wet pitch. You don't get that little bounce. You aren't able to really exploit the pitch. Very unfortunate for both teams. We saw something like this yesterday morning as well, but hopefully it is only won't interfere with play for a significant amount of time. But we really hope we'll be able to get some play. But this rain is really looking to benefit the Royals, because a slower outfield will definitely be created for the Thomians. So the amount of runs they could score is significantly limited now, considering we are seeing a slight drizzle through the weather. And I think also this could really allow people like Dan Podivela and Buran Veeratunga and even Ramanayak to really use that morning to their benefit. Try to get some good swing in, trying to make sure you're able to get past the edge of people like Charuka Peiris and Mahit Pereira. I think what they look to is really exploit Mahit Pereira. He is the unsettled batsman at the crease here, considering Charuka Peiris has scored 51 runs. It's the end of play. As soon as you start and you come onto the pitch for the next day, it's as if you're starting from zero. That momentum and that experience that you'll be able to develop suddenly just goes away, because you were able to really make sure that you get more relaxed when, and suddenly you all that momentum, and that's going to be an issue. Isn't a significant issue from the bowlers, because you're experienced that way. You can perform a run up. For the fielders, you're coached immensely. But for batters, I think the momentum and the experience you're able to develop is far more important. And that is going to be a problem for the Thomians. Hopefully, for our sake, make sure my experience will be able to hang in there a bit. Charuka Peiris will be able to make sure that he hangs in there for the Thomians to make sure they're able to get to lunch without any issues. And for the Royalists, this is a gift for them from the weather gods. Being able to pick up that early morning moisture. I think that is something that the Royalists will be able to exploit, and hope to see Dan Podivela those wickets which we obviously think he deserves. The line and length he was bowling was absolutely impeccable. And if anyone out there today, anyone out there yesterday who deserves a massive round of applause, is obviously captain Gishan Balasuriya, but also definitely Dan Polivela. Ravitha?
Absolutely agreed with you, Navan. As you said, it's really a great gift for the Royal College for the second day. However, we expect this rain, even though it kind of gave an advantage. We expect this rain to actually stop at some instance and give us some room for play, because one thing that you expect in a 3-day match is not to lose any overs. And we have to give a result, hopefully give a result within these 3 days, and that is something that would be made hard if the rain continues. Hopefully we won't be having any much rain. We had this kind of situation yesterday as well, yesterday morning, but we were able to, even though it was a little bit late, we were able to start the match and bowl the entire 9 overs of the day, and that was something really great that we faced yesterday. Seeing as to I think we have to give a huge heads up and a thank you to our ground staff at the SSC. They're doing a magnificent job covering up the ground, making sure the pitch is in the best condition, and we actually really are grateful to the ground staff of the SSC. And it seems like the rain is back again. It went away for a little bit of time, but however we are having it once again. It's actually the covers are coming back once again. We are seeing those images right now, and however, we hopefully will be able to start the proceedings in a few minutes of a time, hopefully. And yes, Nevan. So in this kind of a condition, I think so. It's a wet out. The ball is not gonna go to the boundary, and also it's going to be hard for the bowler as well in some instances, but however it's mostly the advantage is towards the bowlers, right? Some magnificent bowling from both ends, but however I would also like to once again emphasize on those 250s yesterday from St. Thomas College. They actually, what is needed, they actually help St. Thomas get score. And that is something that we didn't see from the top order of the St. Thomas's College. Players like Ryan Fernando, their captain, he did a really great job coming to the pitch, bringing up that momentum. He actually made sure that he builds up and builds up the confidence of the St. Thomas's College team. That is something that we saw great from Ryan Fernando. However, less than 20 runs. But and being the person who actually scored more than 800 runs in the season, the 250s were actually a really great sigh of relief for the Thomians, don't you think?
Yes, so then as we start talking, it's raining cats and dogs at the SSC, but hopefully it will be able to subside fast sooner than later. I really hope that the worst thing that we want here is that no cricket being played, because I don't think either side or either supporters of either sides don't want any cricket. And as I say that, the rain has just stopped. I mean, this is the kind of weird experience we're dealing here with SSC. It suddenly starts raining. It starts raining heavily for, let's say, 1 or 2 minutes, and suddenly it subsides. It's a very weird experience here we're dealing with at the SSC at the moment. Hopefully, the umpires realize this and probably get the covers off as fast as possible. Because all of us here want to see cricket. We know that you guys also probably just don't want to watch us talk about the game, but rather you all want to watch the game. And hopefully the weather gods will probably be on our sides and make sure that you guys are able to watch the game throughout the day today. On back to the point about the Thomian half centuries yesterday. Like I said again, Ravitha, Thomians were at a very precarious situation. 78 for 5. They weren't playing well at all. It looked like Royals were going to rattle them out for a very low score, maybe 120, 130. And it was going to be an absolute disaster for the Thomians. We saw the experienced campaigner, Sene Shetty Arachi, really showed so by experience so important in this game, where he was able to stabilize the Thomian innings, picking the balls he was wanting to hit. He didn't go after every ball. There were some full tossers that in a different setting would have been dispatched to the boundary. We saw some half volleys which should have been able to be easily be go out for a couple of singles or maybe a double. We saw him trying to make sure he paces himself, making sure he run an unnecessary run, making sure that insofar the fielder reached the ball, he would say no to the extra run. And that kind of experience was what Sene Shetty brought to that Thomian innings and brought them stability throughout that second session, and which was the part of the third session. Unfortunately, though, he was caught on board brilliantly by Ramiro Pereira, and unfortunately, we saw the frustration in his wicket. Charukapir is also provide him with that comfort, because we saw at the latter part of where they had reached around 40 runs, both of them, we saw them playing a couple of shots. We saw them playing a little bit more aggressive. We saw they had been a bit more comfortable in their setting. And that is what we provide for the Thomians, to make sure that that stability is re-established with Thomians and also take away a couple of runs. They weren't overly aggressive, going fishing outside the off stump, for example, or things that were glancing to a six. They did not try to exploit all of those deliveries, but they picked their chances. There was a shot, maybe it was coming down towards next side, and maybe there was some deep mid wicket. It was very cautious, but also being able to make sure that everything was done in a mechanism by which it was able to make sure the Thomians weren't giving away any unnecessary wickets, and making sure that the Royalists are that pressure is emphasized back onto the Royalists. And we saw how delighted the Royalists were when they were able to pick up Sene Shetty. We saw that it had gone for a couple of maybe 30 overs where they hadn't gotten that wicket, and suddenly when they were able to get that wicket, we saw the Royalists were in elation, because they said that this could be the spark that which they could retake some of that momentum, because it was all going St. Thomas's way at that point. And then Mahit Pereira walked in, and he also was provide Charukapir with that necessary partner in order to make sure he does not, with that necessary partner, to stabilize innings and allow Charuka to really free himself up a bit. Because Charuka knows that Mahit is the more experienced campaigner in these instances, and that Mahit will be able to give him a significant amount of company. But there are questions on Mahit Pereira as well. He hasn't necessarily performed throughout the season. Also for the fact that he's a naturally aggressive player. Given these instances, given we've seen rain, given the fact that Royal has a fantastic pace attack, he'll be going against his natural instincts of being very aggressive, making sure the run rate goes at around 4 in Test matches, which is absolutely incredible. And also the fact that he wants to keep the scoreboard ticking. So Mahit Pereira will definitely have to fight his natural instincts of playing very aggressively again. So that is going to be and it's going to be a significant difficulty for Thomians to see whether Mahit will be able to fight his natural instincts and play defensively, not to go after every ball while picking his chances. And that's what Mahit really able to do in order to make sure going to be for the Thomians. The Royalists, they've been given a gift. Let's see whether they can exploit it. Ravitha?
Yeah, oh, once again, it once again started raining for a while, and then afterwards once again it stopped raining. So it's actually unpredictable how today's weather is going to turn out to be. But however, we are hopeful that we'll be able to start the game in a few minutes time. And play some exciting cricket, as what we did yesterday. So talking about the bowling attack of the Royalists, I think we have had quite an amazing bowling attack, Nevan, because as we see, even though there are some bowlers who could not pick up wickets yesterday, as we said, we discussed about Dan Pondiwela, right? We saw the immense amount of pressure that was being built up by these bowlers and the fielders as well. We saw at points there were around 6 fielders just in close proximity to the batsman. That was something really amazing to see. That was building up the pressure. They were not allowing the batsman to hit higher shots, and they were making sure that those balls are definitely gonna, those fielders are gonna get a chance to catch them and make them get those wickets flowing, right? And that is something that these Royalists need to look after and look out for. And as you said, Mahit Pereira, being a second year colorsman of St. Thomas's College and also being really experienced in the play of cricket as well, I think as an experienced player, as an all-rounder, he should also take the responsibility, not Charuka Pires, who already has a 50 to his name right now. He should also make sure that if the Thomians are supposed to be ahead, Charuka Pires and Mahit Pereira, these two batsmen should get along and put up a good partnership, opening partnership for the day, and make sure that St. Thomas's College is way ahead before they for the seventh time with another wicket. But however, moving to the Royalists are definitely gonna have that attack. They have that attacking mentality, and Gishan Balasuriya, great captaincy as we already suggested, and he made sure that the pressure is continuously being built up upon the St. Thomas's College. They tried to be stable, and we should actually commend on the St. Thomas's batsmen as well, because even though that entire was six fielders, five fielders around the batsman in the close circle. Even though that happened, the St. Thomas's batsmen were really impressive, and they were really cautious about whatever the shots that they're going to play. And turns out that they were able to handle that pressure really well, and that's something that made them uh, uh, score some good partnerships in the middle as well. So what do you think? How do you comment that the pressure is already on St. Thomas's? The wickets have fallen, the rain is back again, and there's a wet outfield. Runs are not going to flow that easily. It's going to take a lot of effort towards the St. Thomas's College batsmen rather than the Royal College bowlers. What do you think? How do you think that St. Thomas's College, the team and the batsmen should, and what sort of target are you looking at actually for the St. Thomas College?
Well, Ravita, the Thomian batters, like you said before, Yarach and Charles have been absolutely impeccable in making sure stability is re-established for the Thomians. I think a good target or a good figure that Thomians would be expecting, given the fact that this kind of pitch, suddenly it's a wet pitch now with a slow outfield, I think the Thomians should look for a score around 250, 300. A good score, a decent score, and the greatest thing that they could do is get around 350. But given the circumstances, I think that is a bit unrealistic for the Thomians. I think in terms of added to the fact the weather has been in favor of Royal, there is the added nature of the pressure, like you were just talking about. The fact that wickets have fallen, you only have 4 wickets left in hand. To that is the fact that St. Thomas's are defending the DL and Lancashire. Ever since they won it in 2019, they've been able to defend it for 2 years now, and this is the third year that they want to try and retain it. That is another added pressure for Thomian cricketers at the moment, because you don't want to be the team that lost the shield to the rival school. That is something that St. Thomas's doesn't want, especially the current team doesn't want. So I think that's an added sense of pressure on the Thomians. But given, let's say, but in a hypothetical situation, if they're able to get around 300, we have to start talking about the Thomian bowling attack as well. They do have the likes of Kanistan Gunaratnam, who is part of the Sri Lanka under-19 pool and has played part of many provincial and inter-provincial matches in the Sri Lankan youth setup. So I think he is definitely going to be a key bowler in terms of the pace for St. Thomas's. You also have Akash Fernando, who's also going to be his counterpart bowling from the other side. It hasn't necessarily been great for St. Thomas's throughout the season, but is capable of picking up wickets. And we've seen that the fact that performances throughout the season don't necessarily matter when it comes to the day of the big match. Because we talk about statistics, we talk about, oh, this guy is a key player, this guy has this much of average, this guy's strike rate is this much. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter when it comes to what's happening on the pitch. Because we realize Ryan Fernando got over 800 runs. Dan Podivella is Royal College's one of the highest wicket takers for Royal College. Even though he bowled well, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket. Ryan Fernandez got no 200 runs. And in 2 innings, he scored more than 250 runs. So you see that when it comes to the Royal Thomian, it all depends on whether you can handle that pressure or not. And we've seen that Sene Shetty and Charuka Pires weren't necessarily They also have the likes of they also have like other spinners in the lineup as well. We know Dinet can bowl spin. We know the other Thomian bowlers are able to exploit the dry wicket. Hopefully by around noon, when the Thomians will most likely be able to bowl, there are Thomian spinners who they could use in order to make sure you rattle the Royalists for a lower score, making sure that Thomians are in the driving seat going into tea or going into the third day. I think that is what St. Thomas need to look for. So Thomian bowling attack has some weapons. I think Kanistan Gunaratnam definitely is a person to look out for, but we see whether he's able to shine, because like we've seen throughout yesterday, and we most probably will see today, it doesn't matter how much runs you score throughout the season, or how well you score throughout the season. It all depends on whether you can handle the setting that is the Royal Thomian. Right?
Agreed, Nevan. These players from both sides, they have a huge amount of experience. And as you said, if you look into the Royal batting actually, because we are definitely hoping Royal College to bat before lunch, before the end of the first session, and that would lead, hopefully from the Royal side and also from the matches side as well, because we are expecting not a draw. We are not expecting a draw. We need some result, right? And because of that, we expect Royal College to bat before lunch and make sure that they get those runs flowing, because the Royal College is quite impressive throughout the season as well. Even though, yes, definitely, Nivan, it's all about what the performance is there at the big stage and how it is gonna flow. But however, if we look into what happened during the season, we can have an idea. We can have an idea and expect these something from the players. Especially if you look at Sadisha Rajapaksha, a really experienced player, has played for the under-19 squad of Sri Lanka as well. More than 900 runs in this season. It's pretty impressive, and all of them definitely are key players for the Royal College side, and we definitely expect those players to score big and definitely get to a score of score passing the St. Thomians and get to a great score at the end of the day, right? And hopefully with the third day we'll be able to make sure that we come into some sort of conclusion and we get some result on our hands. And for that, actually, we are quite delighted, because the Battle of the Blues is actually one of those big matches where we have play for 3 days. Most of the big matches in Sri Lanka, or rather all of them, are really going to be played only for 2 days, and this would typically be the last day, even for us as a commentator and as the presenters and for the players. And really, it's hard to expect anything. But however, we have 3 days of play, luckily, so we are expecting play to start in a little while. The rain has completely vanished, and the clouds are rather really well. We are seeing a rather better lighting here at the SSC, and hopefully we'll be able to take off covers. The umpires will act on it and make sure that we go on with it. And with that, I think we'll be able to start play in a few more moments. Navan?
Yeah, Ravita, it looks like play will try to commence. We're seeing some sunshine coming in. And that being said, hopefully the covers will come off as soon as possible. We're seeing the umpires being a little bit cautious with telling the ground staff when to and when not to remove the covers. But we hopefully see the covers off as soon as possible and be able to get some play. I know we've rambled on here for more than half an hour at this point, but we're finally be able to conclude this pre-match show and hopefully be able to see some amazing cricket. I'm Nevan Sundara from this media unit at St. Thomas College, signing out.
And I am Ravitha Per from the media unit of Royal College, signing out. Have a great day. We are expecting great amount of cricket. Wish all the best for the both of the teams. Thank you.
A very good morning to all our viewers for the second day of the 143rd Battle of the Blues. We've currently seen the Royalists come in and with Dan Podivella opening the bowling on the second day for the Battle of the Blues. We see him charging in from the tennis court in. Charu Kapir is currently on strike, and that is a brilliant ball by Podivella. An absolutely brilliant ball. We've seen Charu Kapir is maybe fishing outside the off stump in that instance, but we need to see whether we need to watch the proper replay of that to see whether how close he was. We're wondering whether we will get that replay at this moment in time.
Good morning to all of our viewers, and it's definitely a beautiful day. We had multiple delays due to rain. However, we are back in track, and day 2 of the 143rd Battle of the Blues is underway, and it's seeing quite nice as we discussed in the pre-match presentation. We are looking forward for some exciting cricket today, isn't that, Nevan?
Definitely, Ravita. I mean, there were a lot of delays. We were wondering whether we get any cricket at all because the covers kept on coming on and
Yes.
then coming off, and then as soon as the players got on the field, and then it would rain again.
Yes.
And the cars would come back on again. I mean, it's been just a comedy for us here watching from the commentary box, being the ground staff just running in and then running out with the covers. It's a very unusual situation. I've never seen anything like this at a cricket match where you want to start, the covers come on, you want the covers come off rather, and then the covers come on again, and then they come off again, and then you put them on again. It's very unusual weather here.
It has
at
been
the
a weird
SSC.
weather.
Definitely weird.
However, we are glad that we were able to start at least in the first session itself. We have seen some overs, and we have seen some bowlers doing their job today.
Yeah, we see Ramanayaka now continuing from the Vidyamouth end. Or Pereira just flicks it down there. Just a single. We've seen Thomian's very cautious here. We saw Charu Kapir fishing outside the off stump in that previous over from Podivella. But ever since then, we've seen Thomian's being a bit cautious, not looking for any deliveries to dispatch the boundary, but really picking their chances and making sure they do not do any silly mistakes resulting in a wicket. Ramanayaka, on previous occasions, hasn't necessarily bowled well. He's been all over the place for Royal College in the first day, but hopefully he can resurrect some of his form we've seen throughout the season to make sure that he really puts Royal College on top here. It's wide outside the off stump by Ramanayaka. See, this is the kind of thing that I was criticizing Ramanayaka for yesterday. His line and length is all over the place.
Yes.
And coming from a trio of brothers who've all played the Royal Thomian, surely Sandesh necessarily has that kind of experience, or his brothers would have told him about what it's like playing at a Royal Thomian. Now, of course, the situation here or the circumstances at this Battle of the Blues is very different. But Ramanayak has been all over the place today. The loud appeal for LBW, and that's good. Ramanayaka strikes early.
That is the wicket, Nevan, that the Royalists needed. That is the push, and that we have finally taken a breakthrough. And that is for the Royalists. Huge sounds of victory and appeal there. That is something that we already told that the first hour or so of this match, of this session today, is going to be really crucial. And that is what has happened. We have had these Thomian batsmen taking off yet another batsman of the St. Thomas's batting order, and that is something that we always look forward as Royalists. And therefore, let's hear what has the Thomian side of the commentating say.
I mean, this is exactly what, of course, I didn't want, and it's Charu Kapiris as well. I mean, the man who St. Thomas's was relying upon.
Yes, definitely. Charu Kapidis with a 50, one of those, he was, I mean, one thing that we have to definitely appreciate about Charu Kapidis is how he batted throughout the entire day, because Charu Kapidis and Sandesh, they were the people who actually got the 50s and made sure that St. Thomas's College actually had something to defend, had something in their board, and that actually made sure that all the St. Thomas's scores are going to be rather great.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Ravita. I mean, this is exactly what the Thomians didn't want. And we discussed this on the pre-match show as well about coming into a new day, how it's as if you're batting from naught because that momentum has shifted away. And the new man in for St. Thomas's is Caniston Gunaratnam. Caniston, of course, is an experienced campaigner for St. Thomas's. This
Definitely.
is his third Royal Thomian. And of course, he's St. Thomas's vice captain as well. So he's going to be a key scalper for the Royals if they can get him out early.
He has not been performing that well in this season as well. But however, as we discussed earlier, it's not all about how the season performance has been, but rather we have seen that being proven.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, like we said before, I mean, Charu Kapiris and Sene Shettyarachi hadn't necessarily performed throughout the season, but they stepped up at the Royal Thomian. And that's, I think, at the Royal Thomian, I think it isn't a question of form, but rather how you handle pressure. Because Ryan Fernando has two double hundreds to his name, and so in these instances, I really don't think it is a question of whether it's form, but rather it is a question of whether you can really handle the pressure. There's a weird comment on the commentary. Experiencing somewhat error at that moment in time, but back. Provide you with the commentary you wanted.
Yes, Dan Podivela is back in in the attack.
I think Dan Podivela in this instance is going to be key for the Royalists. I mean, he's I would say one of the best fast-paced bowling we've seen throughout the Royal Thomian this time around.
Yes.
Bulan Veeratunga has been somewhat effective, and Ramanayaka until the last over was all over the place.
Yes.
And it's just in that ball, that nip packer, really, Charu Kapiris had no answer for that. Just hit him on the back thigh, and he was just clipping the top of leg stump.
So, some exceptional bowling by the right-arm fast bowler.
And what the player was thinking in that moment was, he didn't even play a shot at it, but it was more of a just trying to nip his bat away, but a very peculiar way of doing it, I must say. But hey, who are we to judge? As long as he gets the job done.
Exactly.
The Royals motivating each other at this moment. I think that has been a key part of Royals game, trying to make sure they motivate each other. We see Podivela charging in. Now the ball outside the off stump. One thing I must say though, even though we've seen some exceptional fast bowling, Podivela on instances and Bulan Veeratunga as well as Sandesh Ramanayaka, they have been bowling way outside the off stump. They aren't bowling or getting the batsman to play a shot. And I think that is a weakness in Royals fast bowling, because what you want to do as a fast bowler is try to get the ball, get the batsman to play a shot, because that gives you the highest opportunity of taking a wicket. And see again, Pereira doesn't even have to attempt to play a shot. He just has to get his hand that out of the way. And I think that is quite ineffective at the Royal Thomian, because usually in other matches, in international test matches, you have 5 days, so you can afford to bowl somewhat outside the line.
Yes.
But if Royal really wants to retake that shield and take it back to Reed Avenue, they're going to have to bowl a more consistent line to make sure you get the Thomians to play shots. I mean, they've already picked up a wicket. We see they just need 3 more to really get the ball rolling. And that is a
was
brilliant
one of the ball. Dan Pottiwala might have actually a strategy, because he's one of the most experienced bowlers in Royal College, and we haven't seen much of a.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We're saying we have a small technical issue at that moment, but we're back. From now on, it is all sorted out. So we should be able to provide you with commentary, like I said before, at the best possible, with the most suitable commentary that you require. And now we see here scenes from Mount Lavinia. I think this is a picture of the library at St. Thomas's. And now we see Royal College, your alma mater.
Royal College, one of the greatest in this country, one of the most prestigious organizations, and I must say has produced plenty of cricketers, plenty of. Yes, that
ball
is.
There by Ramanayaka. But as you were saying, Ravita, Royal College produced not just cricketers, but all kinds of individuals to all organizations throughout the country, whether it be business, whether it be politics, all over. Royal College has produced a plethora of individuals who have been significant in making sure Sri Lanka is what it is today, what it was rather in certain instances.
Yes.
Caniston trying to get back into play, rather.
And as he said, Naman, it's all about, I think, keeping up that momentum, because when you come to the pitch on day 2, it's rather a break of momentum, because you have that momentum from the last day, but however you have to make sure that you continue that momentum breaks, and that is what actually needs you actually have to keep up that momentum. You have to set yourself and tell yourself that, okay, I'm going to play this, and go ahead. Oh, that
a loud appeal there, but I think that was just hitting down leg stump. And the batsman crossed for a quick single. I must say that was an early call by Pereira in that instance, getting Caniston to commit early on. I think that was key there. And I think that's why Pereira, even though Caniston is the more experienced campaigner, Pereira had that guts. He said, look, this is a run, let's take it.
Yes.
And I think that was something that was very brave of Pereira, considering Caniston is the more senior player and the vice captain of the side. And I think Pereira and that really shows the understanding that even if you're a junior player, you still can get your seniors to commit to a run early on. And that's what you like to see from this Thomian side.
Definitely. And there's Ramanayaka.
That was a brilliant. Actually, Ramanayaka, I criticized him throughout the day yesterday.
Yes.
He was all over the place. But today, these past few deliveries, he's been spot on.
He's been spot on.
He's picked up his line very well. I think he just needs to adjust his length by a tad, and I think he'll be able to cause the Thomians a significant amount of problems. But we see whether he can do this consistently. I think the one thing, like we saw the previous over, he's able to remove Charles Kapiris. The previous over he bowled. If he can do a bowl like that on a more consistent basis, they'll rattle out the Thomians before they reach 250. But we see what happens as we go on.
Definitely. Charu Kapiris was undoubtedly the most settled player. Yes.
You were saying, Raghu?
Yes, definitely. I think Charu Kapiris was definitely the most settled player in the pitch, right? I mean, he had scored 50 plus runs, and he had got that rhythm into his hand. But however, something happened and made sure that and Sandesh Ramanayaka, his bowling has been exceptional today. That should be commendable. That is commendable, and well done. And that is what the Royalists need to do right now: build up that pressure and take the wickets before the Thomians reach a better score, a higher score.
Definitely. Wonderful forward defense there by Pereira.
Defensive shot.
I think that was a bit premeditated by Pereira in that instance. I think he was like, I'm just going to see out Ramanayaka. I do not want to just give out my wicket. Bit premeditated by Pereira in those instances. But I must say though, Ramanayaka seems to have gotten his rhythm back again. We saw him bowling quite consistently throughout the season, and that's why he's been selected in this squad.
Yes.
At the end of the over, the Thomians stand at 209 for 7. We see that the Thomians are constantly trying their best at this point to make sure they don't lose any more wickets. I think that is the key here. Because what's happening now is they only have 3 wickets in hand.
Yes.
And it'll be quite unfortunate for the Thomians if they're going to lose these 3 wickets before lunch. Because I think the Thomians should target 250, possibly even 300 in these instances. So we see what they can do. We see
Dan
Podivela continuing from the Vidya or rather tennis court end. Driven there by Gunaratnam. But
Just a single, maybe. Oh, haven't had a run.
Correction. Ravitha, maybe you need to get your classes changed, Ravitha. Yeah, third umpire there. It's very remarkable that a third umpire is now available for a schoolboys cricket game. Not timed properly by Gunaratnam in an instance. You see Gunaratnam quite frustrated with himself at that moment. You see, Gunaratnam is like, I know Caniston personally, and he isn't the person who should just sit around and be patient. He wants to play his shots. He wants to express himself. He wants to impose his personality on the game and leave his mark on the game. That is the kind of personality Caniston Gunaratnam is, and that's what he wants to do in these instances. We see there the fourth official. I think he's coordinating and concerned about rain. I think that's what everyone is here looking at. Still a bit gloomy around the SSC at the moment, and that is cause for concern. I mean, we do not want to, just wash out or just go to lunch with less than 10 overs before. That is what nobody wants in these instances. Podivela hasn't been able to pick up that rhythm and that line. As you see, yesterday he was bowling quite well. He was trying to hit the top of our stump. He was trying to getting that ball in between middle and off. He was bowling quite well yesterday. It seems that he's not able to continue that momentum from yesterday on to today. And I think that speaks to what we discussed earlier, Ravitha, about how it's just as soon as you come on to bat or come on to bowl or field the next day, it's as if you're playing an entirely new game. All the momentum you were able to build up throughout the previous day, it doesn't necessarily matter because you've relaxed, you've done your warm down, all of that, and that rhythm and that momentum is completely gone.
Yes, that is definitely what's happening here right now. And see Dan Podivela. As you see,
Driven there by Gunaratnam,
great
but it's
fielding.
wonderfully stopped there by the cover field. I think it was Manchanayaka in that instance. Brilliant fielding, and Manchanayaka has been impeccable in the field. He caught that brilliant catch of Ryan Fernando diving forward. It was absolutely incredible, and I must say he has been able to really lead from the front. And that was something that I was speaking about earlier yesterday as well. If you look at what the Royal fielders have been doing in this instance, they're not platonic. They're always talking about something. They're always trying to motivate the bowlers. And we see specifically the senior players leading from the front, whether it be Manchanayaka, whether it be Balasuriya, whether it be, in this instance, Rajapaksa. That's wide down, legs down. There's a terrible ball there by Podivela, but it's nicked down by Pereira down to fine leg. We must say, if you want to catch the live action of the Royal Thomian, I mean, it's not always people have things to do considering it's a Friday, it's a working day. In the case where you want to, follow the match, in case you can't watch the live commentary, please download the Royto Media app. It's available on iOS and the app on the App Store and the Google Play Store. Please be willing to download it. And you can just get the notifications as we send it in throughout. We must thank the ICT Society as well for providing us with this facility. I myself am a downloader of this app. And there's a lovely driven there by Gunaratnam, but as we can see, the rain has really done damage to the outfield of the SSC, and it's very slow in this instance. There is the over. Thomian stand at 211 for 7. See, as you can see in these pictures here, or on the previous frame, it is still quite gloomy around the SSC, and I think that is to worry. I mean, for the cricketers, it's to making sure that the play is actually played. I think the Royals wouldn't mind a little bit of extra moisture on the field, so they could exploit it further on given the slow outfield. But if you look at it this way, if the Royals are able to rattle out the Thomians, and they have to bat soon, this is going to work in the favor of the Thomians.
Yes, definitely, because the SSC pitch is mostly known to favor the bowlers, and here, yet again a defensive shot.
And it's quick single called early by Gunaratnam, and that's a really good
running. That's clear, good running. Sandesh, as we said, Ramanayaka has got back his rhythm, I would say, and that is what the Royalists actually needed. We saw much better fielding, good amounts of fielding as well from the Royalists. They have been diving, stopping the runs, and not letting the runs to leak off, and that is what I think the Royalists should be doing right now, and they have done it well, and we are looking forward to see more of that. We're looking forward to see more of that. So build the pressure, stop the runs from leaking, and get those wickets. That's what the Royalists need to do right now, and make sure that all the Thomians are out of the board before lunch. Ramanayaka.
Picked down by Gunaratnam. Panapiti does not collect. We just cut across for a single. And as that single goes through, I must say, please do leave live comments. We quite enjoy reading them. Some nice jokes are also being put on the live chat. So please make sure that this experience is wonderful for all of us. Thank you very much, our viewers. The Panapedia getting a word from fine leg there for not collecting that ball. But this is good from Pereira and Gunaratnam. They're not just looking to just stay there, just play defensively. I think there's a change in the batting strategy by St. Thomas to really score some runs in this instance.
Especially seeing that there's a quick, it's another single
by Pereira. We've seen a rotating the strike quite often. And I think this is also, and I think this is evident in the fact that Dinesh Kumar Singh has decided to send in Gunaratnam in ahead of some of the other batters like Akash Fernando in this instance. Because Gunaratnam is known to play a bit aggressive. He wants to impose, like I said before, he likes to impose his personality on the game. And I think that's why Gunaratnam has been given the go-ahead and put up the order. He bats usually at around number 10, but he's just moved up one place to really get some rounds on the board in this instance.
Don't know how it would turn out for the Thomians, but however, let's see. It's quite amazing to see both of these, because yet another short way.
It's an unnecessary throw there in that instance. Gunaratnam had made his ground there. That was inside the crease. It's an unnecessary throw there. I think there's Bulan Veeratunga there at cover point.
We see Royalists are trying to keep that energy within the whole ground, and I think the spectators, even though we are not having really spectators, the college prefects from both sides are really here, and we see a lot of cheers going around. That is part of the big match energy, right? And that is something that we really love to see here at the SSC.
Yes, and as you see, a lot of Thomian support on the live chats, I must say. Ravitha, where are the Royalists? Oh, that is a brilliant ball. That went straight through Gunaratnam. That missed everything, bat, pad and the stumps. That was a brilliant ball. And I must say though, I criticized him throughout the day yesterday. And he really made me eat my words in these instances.
Definitely.
He's bowling brilliantly. And Thomian have no answer for him.
Definitely. Sandesh Ramanayaka, I don't know what happened for him yesterday. He must have got some real good advice from his coaching staff and from his team, and definitely that must have changed him to what he's coming up as today. And it's really great to see a player like that, a player like Ramanayaka coming here and doing his job perfectly. And that is what the entire bowling attack and the fielding attack of the Royalists need to do right now.
Ramanayaka charges in. Read that one brilliantly. But I must say though, I'm seeing a little bit of nerves in the Thomians here. At the end of the over, the score stands at 216 for 7. Like I was saying, Ravi, if you look at it, the Thomians' feet are moving a fraction quicker than they were before. We saw Charu Kapiris and Seni Shettyarji, they were very observant of the ball. They watched the ball very well and only only had movement when they thought it was absolutely necessary. You see Pereira and Gunaratnam in instances being a fraction quicker with their movement.
Yes.
And I think it comes to with a sense of anticipation of what the bowler is going to try to attempt, but that comes with huge risks as well, because if the ball swings a little bit more, you're in deep trouble there. So if that swung in a little bit more, I think that would have had Gunaratnam plumb.
Yes, definitely. And we saw some of those missed shots as well, miscalculated shots, and that has been quite a race for the Thomians here on the pitch. And I don't know whether they are trying to go for a big score within because we see if we are to expect some solid result in this match, we actually are probably we would have to see the Thomian first innings being over before lunch, and they might be trying to get a good score here and build up some more pressure on the Royalists. But however, the bowlers of Royal College are doing a really great job. You see Bulan Veeratunga here back in the attack.
Veeratunga also did not have the greatest of bowling spells yesterday, but hopefully, like Ramanayaka, he can probably perform better today. Weirdly enough, Ravindra, I'll talk about this later. It's a brilliant ball by Veeratunga, flicked down just for a second. Weirdly enough, Ravindra, if you've been observing the live comments, you see one person saying, "Come on, Tora," and then 5 minutes later, he says, "Come on, Royal." Why not?
Definitely, that energy is what we always expect from both the sides.
You see a change in feel by Balasuriya. Gunaratnam on strike.
Oh, that
bowled him! He's clean bowled him. Brilliant ball by Veeratunga. It's the
Yet
mid-packer
another
in this instance. And Gunaratnam, we saw him predicating shots. If you look at that instance, he was all over the place. His foot was nowhere near the line of the ball. He just put his bat in front, and that was a brilliant ball by Bulan Veeratunga. It was a late swinging and crashed into the top of off stump. Absolutely brilliant ball. And Gunaratnam is dismissed cheaply for just 3 runs.
Definitely, that was wonderful. That was a wonderful bowling, and Gunaratnam definitely had no answer for that. It went through his bat and pad, and definitely that was one of a really great bowling by Bulan Veeratunga. As we said yesterday as well, he didn't actually have the rhythm that he wanted to take, and right now he has dismissed the vice captain of St. Thomas's College for just 3 runs, and that is what the Royalists need to see right now. 8 wickets down for the St. Thomians, and we are expecting to see the what happens in the next few overs as well. Hopefully for the Royalists, because they have a great form right now, they have picked up 2 wickets within just a few overs. You see the new batsman coming in.
The new man of the Thomians, if my notes are correct, is Akash Fernando. Quite an explosive batsman as well. As in many teams, explosivity comes in the lower order. They don't stay around to play like the natural game, being quite gentle with how they play the game. They just come out there and start hammering the ball all over the place. And the first ball to Fernando.
It's a defensive shot.
Short ball. Getting Fernando to get on the back foot in this instance. But Royal, I must say, are definitely a brilliant team.
Yes, I must say, Akash Fernando, this season he has played 4 matches and scored only 47. Yet Bulan Veeratunga back in the action.
Thank you, Nevan.
Yes, good morning, Menash. We are joining with Menash from St. Thomas's College at the commentary box. Good morning.
Good morning, Raita. As we see the Thomians trying to get a couple of quick runs here with Akash in. He's looked to be more aggressive than Mike Pereira. And Bulan has been bowling well after he picked up the wicket of Caniston. What do you think of Royal's bowling so far? They've been much better with their lines and lengths and have been more proactive in the field with a short leg in place as well. So what do you think of their tactics so far?
The tactics used by Royal College has been quite effective, I would say, and it has actually been successful in giving a huge amount of pressure to the Thomians. And we see just a few runs flowing through, and we see a wet outfield. Of course, it's rather hard for the batsmen to score runs, but however, they have been containing, building up that pressure for the Thomians, and that has been something key that has been going well with the Royalists. And we see Bulan Veeratunga, quick single.
Big single. It's a very interesting field setting by Royal. We see a short leg in place and there's a leg slip with two other slips as well. So the plan is quite clear. They want to bounce Akash out. They're bowling a lot of shorter deliveries, trying to get him to play towards short leg. And Mahit Pereira, the set batsman, and he should take the lead role here. What sort of score do you think St. Thomas's would be aiming here? Now they're 226 for the loss of 227 for the loss of 8. What sort of score would you think they want?
Okay, that's rather hesitant. The non-striker was rather hesitant to take that run. Obviously, the St. Thomas's College cannot afford rather unnecessary runs and pick up give away another wicket, because they are already 8 wickets down. It's 227. As we said in the discussion earlier, 250 at least would be something to defend, and that is what they have been looking forward to for so far. And I think that is what they have to. Defensive shot. And it's great to see, I would say, Bulan Veeratunga back in his form, and it's rather essential to have such players.
Yeah, even Sandesh, the way he came back, he had an off day yesterday, but the way he came back was incredible. And that just shows how good the Royalists have been today.
Yes, and we have ended our 99th over, and St. Thomas's College are 224 for 8 wickets.
And we see the players having a short drink break. And so far, how has the approach from St. Thomas's been? They've been looking to get some runs. We've seen Akash trying to be a bit more aggressive. But what sort of an approach do you think they should have at the moment?
I think they are rather pressurized at this moment, and I'm definitely sure the two batsmen at the pitch are definitely having their nerves pressurized so far, and that is something. But however, I would say the strategy that the Thomians should rather implement is definitely no unnecessary runs. Try to contain themselves, because there's a lot of pressure from the fielders itself from the Royal fielding setting, and they should try not just hit the ball hit the weaker ball, and definitely go ahead for a rather better score. At least 250, I would recommend. At least 250. They were aiming, I would say, 250, 300 at the beginning of the day. But however, let's see what happens.
Yeah, and also considering the rain delay and how it has impacted this game. We see in the outfield, it has been quite damp, and even though the players have timed some shots really well, it hasn't gone true to the boundary. It suggests that it's not easy to bat on this wicket, as the ball does not go towards the boundary. So whatever runs they can get here will be crucial even in the second innings. as we might not have fourth innings. So St. Thomas's should aim to get past that 250 mark to try and probably enforce the follow on if they can get a couple of early breakthroughs with the ball. And as you see, some wonderful pictures from Mount Lavinia, the Chapel of Transfiguration.
And Royal College, yet again the Royal Gardens, the War Memorial. You see the main buildings here. Quite an amazing view there at Ray Avenue at Rajagir Martha. And as we see the two schools here at the Battle of the Blues, 143 years. How does it feel? Continuously 143 years. That is something really special.
Yes, indeed. This is the second longest uninterrupted series in the world, a series longer than the Ashes as well. So this history certainly plays a massive role in the big match, and it can affect the players mentally as well, because there's so much of history, and you see the cheers, and it's a very glorified match, and it's something which all players talk about and what they dream of. They want to play the big match ever since they get into the under 15 team. So it's a big opportunity for these players to perform and show to the world what they're truly capable of.
Yes, Minash, getting inside the first 11 team is also rather really hard. So hats off all to all these players. We hope for exciting games of cricket. Some of these players, you know, Minash, will be representing our country one day.
Yes, certainly. We've already seen Sadish Rajapaksha from the Royal team has played for the Sri Lanka under 19 team in the World Cup. So certainly some bright talents on offer here, and they'll be looking to impress the under 19 selectors who will be having a close eye on this match and probably to get into the national team later on. So it's a great platform for them to showcase their skills. And I also forgot to mention Ryan Fernando too went on to represent the under 19 team. So we got plenty of talent here, and it's all about how you perform in this match. So if you are able to contain the pressure, if you are able to cope up, you will end up on the other side. Down the leg side this time for Sandesh, slightly missing his length.
Ramanathan is actually trying to do something here, tricking the batsman, getting, you know, he's bowling in a rather, lots of variations coming from Ramanathan, I would say. And obviously, I feel like they actually cannot predict what's going to happen in the next ball, and the batsmen are each actually have going through a hard time reading the bowlers as well.
Once again,
Ramanayaka.
just outside off. Ramanayaka, he will want to be slightly straighter with his line, probably just poke the batsman, make him play at it. That's what he needs to do. But it's a very interesting field by Gishan Balasurya. We see a short cover, there is a gully, there's a leg slip. So we're not sure as to what he's trying to do, but still it can play on the batsman's mind because he's unsure as to what the bowler is going to do.
Especially... And a big appeal. Umpire not interested.
Probably would have been going down the leg side, but it was a good shot from Sandesh.
Sandesh has really done some magic today. He has really pressurized, built up that pressure. That's what Royal exactly wants.
Certainly, seems like a different bowler today from what we saw yesterday. And
Obviously.
trying to play across the line, didn't get his head in the right position and was unable to time that shot as well as he would like.
Yes, definitely. And we see the exciting thing is we don't see many players in the deep fielding regions.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Putting the pressure back on to the Thomians, building that pressure, which can play on the batsman's mind, because you want to move on with the game as a batsman, and you don't want to get bogged down with a lot of dot deliveries. And that's exactly what Royal has been doing really well. They've been creating pressure, bowling those dot deliveries. And we see a bit of rain near the scorecard. Hopefully we don't have another interruption of play. Would be an utter shame if we see another rain delay here. Seems to be raining quite hard.
Yes. Yes, Minesh. There is a little bit of a drizzle here, but we hope that there won't be any interruption from play. Looks like the umpires and the players are having a chat. But what's going to happen?
Once again, the Chapel of Transfiguration from Montalvania. The library. And it seems that we will continue to play, that we won't have an interruption as Mulan once again gets ready to go from the tennis court end.
So yes, we are back again in action.
Mike Pereira, the key man for Royal, they will want to get him out as soon as possible.
Bulan Veeratunga. Yet again in his action. Sandesh and Bulan. They are the pair, the bowling pair right now. They have been doing an impressive job, Minesh.
Yes, exactly. The lines have been really good today. And that's why the Thomians haven't been able to score as freely as they would have liked. Obviously, the outfield wasn't as quick as yesterday, but still, they've been bowling some good deliveries. And as we see, the rain slightly getting harder now. It was a slight drizzle, but now we can see that it's getting much harder. Defended once again, but the rain certainly seems to be an issue for the players. So far, the umpires have given the green light, but I wouldn't be surprised if they call on for the covers. As we see the groundsmen get it ready to pull out the covers back onto the field. Pretty unfortunate this, but the players continue to battle it out. It's getting nudged straight to the gully fielder. And they sneak a quick run off the overthrow. And Mike Pereira gets off strike with that. As we see Mike Pereira just looking up at the sky, looking at the rain. And we see a small field change there as a slip fielder is brought in. There is a gully, there is a pretty wide short leg. And once again, Bulan comes in. Oh,
Missed
big
shot.
heave.
Some variations from Bulan Veeratunga here.
Akash, well built, has that muscle to power the ball. Tried to hit it over short leg and probably get it towards the vacant boundary region there.
Yes, sir. We actually see this strategy, and it's really working for Royal College because they're trying to make the Thomians go for the shots and try to miss and try to make them miss the shot, and that is what definitely produces a wicket. Yes. Oh, that has been unlucky for the Royalists.
That's gonna be 4 byes, I reckon. Oh, it does not go to the boundary. Once again, the bit outfield playing its part. The ball is not going towards the boundary as we normally would see. It was lucky there. A bit wavered, bounced a bit too much. And again, once again, the field, as you can see, it's unpredictable. If there's a short leg, there's a slip and a gully, so you really aren't sure as to what Bulan is going to bowl. But so far, we've seen him employing the shorter deliveries, trying to get the short leg in place.
Oh, that has just passed. Think they'll go for a single.
How important is the rotation of strike here?
Seeing that, Minesh, seeing that it's actually 2 batsmen now. It's the 8th wicket, and I would rather say Mahit Pereira should actually take much of the responsibility here because he's much of the experienced player, experience in batting, and he has much of a what do you call that? A performance in this season as well in batting. So I think Mahit Pereira should take up the responsibility much more towards his hand and get the runs flowing if possible, in the most possible way. And
yes, certainly Mahit Pereira scored a century versus St. John's Jaffna as well. So he certainly can bat. And even in the previous Battle of the Blues, we've seen him bat pretty well. Got St. Thomas's towards a decent, or it was a modest score, but rescued them last time. Sandesh once again. What has been impressive is his length so far. He's been able to bowl the consistent length. And how important do you think consistency is on this wicket?
Yet
And
again, however, there won't be a chance.
once again, the field setting, as you can see, he has set the field in a way that he does not concede those extra runs. There's a fine leg, there's a short leg, so he's bowling towards his field, which is very good bowling from Sandesh. Obviously, would like to be a bit straighter and try and swing it back into the batsman. He's been a bit too down the leg side so far. And that's why consistency is very important on this wicket. Because you need to be consistent, you need to be testing the batsman. And Sandesh did it pretty well early on, but again, just slightly missing his line here.
Yes, definitely. We see Sandesh charging in.
Full toss, missed out there. Akash tried to hit it right back over the bowler's head, but didn't time it and ultimately hit it towards mid-on. And that's the problem with Sandesh we've been seeing so far. He's trying to bowl short, but he isn't sticking to his field. He's bowling a full toss now, so he needs to be a bit more consistent because he can be very threatening if he bowls a very good length, as we saw in the morning session.
Definitely, definitely. He has been performing very impressively, and I don't think that he would also like to let that go, let that momentum go, because thing is, I think these small moments are actually what leads up to build rather good partnerships. That is not what Royal needs right now.
Yeah, exactly. Even yesterday we saw St. Thomas's was 78 for the loss of 5. But a couple of loose deliveries, they shifted the momentum from the Royalists to St. Thomas's, which ultimately ended up in a big partnership being formed with Shahrukh Apiris and Sinesh Tiarachi, slightly taking the game away from Royal there, which could have ended very badly for the Thomians. Probably would have been bundled out for less than 100. But the way in which they fought,
And that's taken. Sadisha Rajapaksha. Brilliant
Sandesh
once again.
Ramanayaka.
Sandesh Ramanayaka strikes again, and St. Thomas's College are 9 down here.
Yeah,
Brilliant bowling.
Once again, Ramanayaka with the shorter delivery. Akash just trying to fend it towards the gap, but hit it straight towards the gully field there, and you can see he's walking back dejected. Probably was not the shot that he wanted to play there. But Ramanayaka once again picking up a wicket. So St. Thomas is 9 down here, and at this point, will Mike Pereira go for his shots now? Will he look to be more attacking?
Yes, St. Thomas's College losing their 9th wicket. They are into their final wicket right now. It has been quite exceptional. I think the fielding itself, the field setting, what Gishan Balasuriya as captain, he has, as we suggested earlier as well, Minesh, it has been quite a great captaincy from Gishan Balasuriya even yesterday itself. The field setting has been exceptional, and they know what their strategy is. They know, the bowlers know what the strategy is. The fielders know what the strategy is. They just have to they have to contain the runs and take wickets. And all the variations that Sandesh Ramanayaka has bowled so far has actually finally paid off, and finally he has got his 2nd wicket of the day, and 2nd wicket of the day for Royal College as well.
Yes, certainly.
I beg your pardon.
Has been very proactive in the field and has been very innovative with his fields. As you can can see once again, there's a slip, there's a gully, there's a short leg. So he's pretty innovative in his field, and it can confuse the batsman as well, because he's not expecting, he doesn't know what to expect from the bowler. Will he go short? Will he bowl outside off? And you get the batsman caught in two minds there. And that is exactly what you want to do as a captain. Put the pressure on the batsman, make him think. And that's when the bowlers can dominate proceedings. And coming to Dias, just 15 years, 16 years of age, playing his first big match.
Oh.
Nice by that.
And
He misses it, and I think they will come.
I would say, Minul, the outfield is really doing a favor, huge favor to the Royalists, because that could have maybe sometimes even go a little bit further. Sandesh Ramanayaka, the teammates complimenting him for yet another brilliant spell. Brilliant over, 228 for 102 at the end of 102 overs. St. Thomas's College are 228 for the loss of 9 wickets. So Minesh, what do you think Thomians should actually aim? Because it's the final wicket, and we can't just say it's the final wicket and lay our hands off, because still there is a chance, there may be a chance of rather a good partnership in the 10th wicket rather. And what do you think the Thomians should do right now if they are to capitalize on rather much more of a score?
Yeah, I think it's quite clear as to who the lead batsman should be right now, and that is Mahit Pereira. Because he is the man who's been batting there for some time and seems to have better batting credentials than Kamil Dias. So as the experienced campaigner, he should take a lead role and try to be slightly more aggressive, but at the same time not lose his wicket. And Ishan Balasuriya into the attack.
I would say, Vinesh, it's quite interesting action. A change of spell.
Yes, certainly, because the fast bowlers were doing the job for Ishan Balasuriya. And his apologies, a bit of a technical issue, and I think we're back on once again. And yes, certainly, the fast bowlers were doing the job for Gishan Balasuriya early on, and it's an interesting change from him to bring himself on. And Mahit Pereira, he should take the lead role here. As you can see, Gishan Balasuriya, what impressed me yesterday was his arm delivery. And once again, that is his natural variation, which has been quite hard to pick for the batsman. He has been turning it away, but the moment at which he bowls that arm delivery, it has been quite difficult for the batsman to pick.
Yes, yet again another beautiful ball by Gishan Balasuriya.
You can see Mahit Pereira being a bit cautious here against Gishan Balasuriya, because he was very dangerous yesterday. Looping the delivery, getting a lot of turn out of the pitch, and the arm delivery just slides on. So it's not easy to just get him away. Full toss. And
couldn't be stopped by Gishan Balasuriya. He attempted it. Quick single over there. That is what St. Thomas's College should try and do. Try and rotate the strike, get some more runs, get some more singles, and make sure that they don't go for unnecessary runs, however. Because the bowling attack of Royal College and the fielding attack has been quite impressive today itself.
Yes, certainly. So all eyes on Kamil Dias at the moment to see how he copes up with the situation, to see how he plays here. He should be looking to defend, but as a tail ender, you have the natural instinct to go after the delivery. But let's see how he handles the pressure here.
Oh, yet again, swing in by Gishan Balasuriya.
Brave leave there. And that is the end of the over. Mahit Pereira back on strike, more importantly. Will we see a change from the other end as well? Because Sandesh seemed to be bowling quite well. Do you think Royal would change it?
I'm not pretty much sure about that, Minesh. But however, it has been an impressive bowling performance by the two fast bowlers. And now we are having a spinner. I'm quite not sure what Gishan Balasuriya's views on that will be. Who will be the next bowler?
Sorry to interrupt. I think it is Sandesh who is going to continue.
Yes, it is Sandesh Ramanayaka continuing the spell with Gishan Balasuriya.
The man of the hour, certainly, Sandesh Ramanayaka.
Picked up 2 quick wickets for Royal College.
Will be interesting to see how Mahit Pereira bats here. He's a very talented individual.
And as we said, he should take up the responsibility right now because he's a more experienced player.
Yes, certainly. Last year, he did have Yasiru. He did a Yasir Rodrigo alongside him.
Yet
when
again,
he-
a quick single.
in- And as we see, Mahit Pereira shielding Kavindu Dias, which I personally disagree with. I feel he should try and get as many runs as he can because it's not easy to score runs out there. Swing and
Oh,
a
a
miss.
miss.
Certainly, what Mahit Pereira is trying to do is he's trying to get most of the strike and trying to get a couple of boundaries. But at this stage, considering the outfield is wet as well, I feel he should try and get as many singles and twos without trying to look for their boundary all the time. What do you think? Yes, Ravi, what do you think Mahit Pereira should do? Should he look for the boundaries or should he look to take more singles and
Yes, and that's a
that is a
that is a
superb
lovely
hit.
shot. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it's a boundary. As we were talking,
Mahit Pereira making his intentions clear here. He wants to go after the bowling and whacked off on the leg side and he picks up a 4 and
we see this Thomians cheering for their team, cheering for Mahit Pereira.
loud
Rather,
shouts of a Thora Para with that boundary.
definitely, it has definitely boosted up the confidence of the Thomian batsmen out there, and definitely of Mahit Pereira's.
And that is the role of the crowd, right? As soon as a boundary comes, you cheer your players, you give them that extra confidence, you give them that boost. And again, short delivery.
Yes, and it's rather hard to actually have that confidence, boost of confidence here because we don't have any spectators here today.
That is very nice from Ramanayak. A bit of a stab back at Mahit Pereira. Just keeping up with the banter. Obviously, it is a rivalry which has lasted for 143 years. And it just keeps on. It just continues.
Continues building up great memories, Minash.
And exactly, that is what makes it so special. It's fun banter. It's not aggressive. It's just fun. It's very nice to see.
Yet again, off from the leg side.
Mahit Pereira certainly trying to move on with the game now. We see Royal trying to be a bit more defensive. There's still only one fielder out on the boundary.
Royal College, I
Two
think their
fielders.
strategy is rather quite clear. That they are quite clear with their strategy. It's not to leak any runs. I mean, we don't see any fielders, Minash, at the rather deep ends of the boundary.
Yeah, which exactly proves the point that it isn't easy to get those boundaries. They wouldn't mind conceding that single once again just to get Kavindu Dias on strike. But I think that's the end of the over. So with that, Mahit Pereira retains the strike.
And yes, at the end of 104 overs, St. Thomas's College is 234 for 9 wickets. It's the final wicket for Royal College. No, wait.
Flicked away on the leg side, and they get a single. And we have a change in the comp box as Shilendra comes in for Minaj.
I'm not going anywhere there.
Apologies, Gevindu comes in for Minaj.
We're witnessing a wonderful comeback by the Royalists after the defiance by the Thomians during the third session of the first day. We have Kavidu Dias, who was also the captain of the under-15 Thomian cricket team, who's now playing for the first round cricket team this year. He's been scoring well in the under-15 age group, and even though he's the last batsman in the Thomian side, he is a very capable batsman indeed. So he can notch the bat around and get a few runs for the Thomians. Once again, Kavidu Dias blocking the ball very well. Oh,
It's attempting something, but however was not. Did not go well.
yes. Ishan Balasuriya has been bowling a very full length to Kavidu Dias, but has not been very successful in that. So he's coming round the wicket this time
Yes, that's yet another close delivery.
with two slips in place. He's looking to get that outside edge of Kavidu Dias. That ends the over.
Yes, that is yet again Ishan Balasuriya. End of 105 overs. St. Thomas's College at 235 for 9 wickets.
There's a change in bowling. That's Sadisha Rajapaksha being introduced from the other end.
Quite interesting Sadish was yesterday. He did not pick up any wickets, but however he was able to rather build up some pressure with, if you look at his economic rate, it's rather low if you consider with the other Royal bowlers as well.
Yes, indeed. He's been bowling very tight lines and lengths to the right-handers especially. We saw him troubling Senadi Burankulama, the opening batsman for the Thomian side.
Satisha,
Oh, that
and that
is
has
an
been...
outside edge, going towards third man.
They will go for 2. That's what the Thomians need to do right now. Get the bat with the ball, get the runs flowing, and make sure that they do not make any silly shots, and make sure that they are comfortable in this position, because they're already 9 down, only 1 wicket left, and if they are gonna give the Royal a formidable score, because Royal batting order is also quite impressive. It has been impressive, and we expect it to be impressive.
Yes, definitely. They need to look to find a few runs here.
Straight on shot. It will be going to the fielder by Ishan Balasuriya in the deep.
He didn't take the single because Kavidu Dias is on the other end, and he'll look into taking up this over and maybe giving him the last delivery, I suppose. He's looking to play an innings like Babar Azam did in the first innings of the Sri Lanka-Pakistan Test match. He batted for over 60 runs with Naseem Shah for the last wicket.
Yes, a great effort by Bulan Viratunga.
Yes, indeed, Mahit Pereira. He is playing well, and
We should definitely commend Mahit Pereira on his performance in this innings actually, because he has been waiting since like the 6th or 7th wicket, and it has been quite effective.
yes, that's very true. He's been the man of the hour for the Thomians this morning, with him occupying the other end, with many batsmen going on to lose their wickets due to the challenging bowling from the Thomians, unfortunately. Satish Rajpaksha coming round the wicket this time. He's bowling a good length. As Mahit paddle sweeps it. Unfortunately, there's no leg slip for the Royalists. So he gets a vital single and hands over the strike to Kavi the Dias, who will be facing one delivery from that end. This has been a very good plan by Mahit Pereira, who's been giving the last man just one delivery of every single over. This is indeed Babar Azam style batting.
And that is exactly what we need to see by the Thomians, because Mahit Pereira is indeed the more experienced player. Yes, a defensive shot there.
And that completes another over for the Royalists.
Yes.
At the end of 106 overs, the score stands at 240 for the loss of 9 wickets. I think the Royalists should bring Dan Podivela at this very moment. He's been bowling a consistent line. Yesterday we saw him bowling a very good line length in the first session. I feel that these conditions are well suited for Dan Podivela, and I think Kishan Balasuriya should try to bring him back from the other end, with himself bowling from the commentary end. And once again, paddle sweeps it.
Does not. The outfield is really not giving St. Thomas's batsman a chance.
Yes.
It's rather wet outfield. The ball is slow.
I think the Royalists should bring about a leg slip here, because Mahit Pereira has been paddling the ball a lot. And yes, as we say that, we see a leg slip being placed for, actually a leg gully rather, for Mahit Pereira, trying to avoid that paddle sweep he's trying. Down the wicket he comes. There's a fielder place,
And that is it. That is the end of the St. Thomas's innings.
Mahit Pereira trying to take that attacking mindset forward, but unfortunately falls to the hands of a Royalist fielder, and that brings about the end to the Thomian first inning, and the score stands at 242 after the end of 106 overs.
Yes, definitely. It was really great. And as he said, definitely the Royal captain, Kishan Balasuriya, had a really great plan from the beginning itself, and that has played off. And before 250, Royal College was able to limit St. Thomas's for 242 runs, and they have done an impressive job. Impressive job by Mahit Pereira as well, I should recommend. And that has been a magnificent first innings of the Battle of the Blues, 143rd Battle of the Blues here at the SSC grounds. We are quite interested and we are quite excited to see how the Royal batting will turn out to be. It's a wet outfield. The wet outfield didn't favour the St. Thomas's College, but however, now it's time for the Royalists to also face the negativities of the wet outfield, right?
Yes, indeed. Mahit Pereira did a man. He's been occupying one side of the wicket as throughout this morning, and unfortunately falling into the trap set by Kishan Balasuriya, having a mid-off fielder very deep for Mahit Pereira as he came down the wicket and fell into the trap. So that brings about the end to the Thomian innings, but we should expect the Thomians to come back with a wonderful bowling attack they have this season, with leading bowlers being Kanishan Gunaratnam, Kavi the Dias, and also Akash Fernando, who is a left-arm pacer that I'm very interested in. He could be very dangerous in this wicket, considering that the ball is swinging with the new ball. So we can witness a very good bowling attack from the Thomians as well. And hopefully we will have a thrilling second session of this day as well.
Definitely, and we are sensing that we are going into the lunch break right now. It has been a magnificent.
Yes, also we should not forget Chanaka Piris, who has been the leading wicket taker for the Thomians throughout the season. He's an off spinner and has impressed us all even the under 19 selectors to maybe get him to the side. Because a 50 run with a half century at the Battle of the Greece, and also he might perform well with a fifer against Anand College.
Yes, it's quite magnificent that he has taken up 37 wickets in this season itself, and that he would be a really good asset for St Thomas's College in this entire second innings that is being for unfolding in the match. And it has been great amount of cricket. And even the Royal College batting performance has been quite impressive. I would like to say they have a really rather stable batting performance, especially Sadisha Rajapaksa, over 900 runs, one of the biggest run totals in the season. And that has been something quite impressive from Sadisha Rajapaksa. Seeing that he's actually someone who is who has been a part of the under 19 national team as well. And we see some experience coming from the under 19 national team for the St Thomians as well in this encounter.
Yes, we have Ryan Fernando, who was part of the under 19 squad earlier this year. But looking into his bowling as well, Ryan has been well crafted this year with 4 for 8 as his best figures this season with his right arm pace bowling. So we can even look into Kanistan Gurratham, who is the vice captain of the side, and he's picked up 2 fifers this season. So he is, I'm sure, going to be very vital with the ball in the first hour, as well as Akash Fernando will handle the left arm bowling for the Thomians. And there has not been a left arm bowler from the Royalist camp. So I feel that Akash Fernando would play a great role in getting the Royalists dismissed early on. So hope to see you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for tuning in with us. And we will have the post-lunch preview session next. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. my Royal College counterpart, Ravita. Um, and we will be giving you a briefing of what really took place during the first session of this day. So starting off, the Thomians were 207 for the loss of 6 wickets. But unfortunately, with the Royal bowling, they were able to bamboozle the Thomians for just 242 runs before even reaching the 250 mark. So the Royalists have done a great job with the ball in hand, and now it's up to the Thomians to come back with the ball in hand once again during the second session of play today. So the Royalists were able to consistently pick up wickets, and the Royalist bowlers, especially Sandesh Ramanayaka, picked up 2 wickets today. And Ravita, what do you think about Sandesh's performance? Very inconsistent today. Today he was able to come back to a very good line length and pick up 2 important wickets for the Royalists.
Yeah, we do. So Sandesh, as we know, Sandesh Ramanayaka, yesterday he wasn't able to rather pick up his pace and line and length and make sure that last day, or rather really do any damage into the Thomian side. But however, today, as we started play, he was one of the key players for the Royal bowling attack, and definitely picked up 2 magnificent wickets. He was definitely he knew his line, he knew his length, and he really bowled well at, during the first session of the day. That was quite interesting to see. And also Kishan Balasuriya, the captain of Royal College, he was able to pick like another wicket, yet another wicket. He's the highest wicket of for Royal College as of now. 3 wickets, and three of those that have been really important. And we see after the lunch break, the players are yet again coming back to the field. The Royal College is batting right now. They're off with St. Thomas's College scoring 200. We can expect a lot from Royal College batters. To commentary once again.
Yes, indeed, Ravita. Just before we tune into to our commentary, I would like to mention that the Thomian team does consist of many professional bowlers, and they've been very consistent throughout this season, with Charuka Piris being the leading wicket taker with 34 wickets, and also Kanison Guratnam, the vice captain of the cricket team, picking up 25 wickets. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for the lunch analysis. And now we move on to the second session of the second day of the 143rd Battle of the Blues. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 143rd Battle of the Blues. We are here live at the SSC grounds in Colombo for the 143rd time between the Royal College of Colombo and St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia have been bowled out for 242 runs by the excellent bowling attack by the Royal College bowlers. And joining me with me in the commentary panel is Shalindra Hebawasam. Shalindra?
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody and welcome back to the 143rd Battle of the Blues. Right now, the Thomians are in the process of bowling. We have Kanistan Gunaratnam.
Kanistan Gunaratnam has been one of the most exceptional bowlers for St. Thomas's College, I might say, throughout the entire season, and he has been performing rather really well. And he has been selected as the opening bowler.
Indeed, Kanistan Gunaratnam is a collegeman from St. Thomas's College and
Huge appeal, huge shouts. Umpires are not interested. They are taking a single.
there was a strong appeal by Kanistan Gunaratnam.
Within the first over itself, and that is quite amazing to see from the Thomian bowlers.
Indeed.
Samithu Hettiarachchi and
In the previous session, I was really interested by Mahit Pereira's batting. It was really magnificent. The way he was holding that bat above his shoulder, I mean, from what I can understand, he was very clearly not intimidated by the Royalist bowling.
yes, gets another single. What Royal needs to do right now is actually to get the runs flowing and make sure that they don't really give the wickets, because we see quite a good bowling attack from the Thomian side as well.
Yes.
And just like what the Royalists did to the Thomians, they are always trying to pick up wickets, because here wickets is the key, and wickets is the key to proceed in this match. I mean, it's a 3-day match.
Indeed. It was oh,
Defensive strike.
good defensive strike by the batsman. Can we get a move? I think now it's up to the Thomians to bowl good line and length and force the Royalist batsman to make some errors. Good ball by Kanistan Gunaratnam.
From the leg side, and we see quite an interesting pair here, and it's the end of the first over for the Royal College, and Royal College are at 2 runs for no loss at the end of the first over. We see quite an interesting batting pair here. It's Sinet Jayawardene. Sinet Jayawardene has been one of the key players, key batsmen for Royal College in this season. That has been he has batted brilliantly with some 50s and 100 to his name as well. But as we said in the previous analysis and previous discussion, Shelley, it's sometimes not actually about what has been the series performance, because we saw Ryan Fernando, one of the top scorers for St. Thomas's College, being bowled out for rather a lower score.
Yes, indeed. That was really disappointing to see Ryan Fernando walk away after getting bowled by Nishan Balasuriya.
Yes, and before we move on, we have a change to the commentary panel. It's Ravitha Pereira replacing Minidu Amarasekara.
Next we have Kavinda Pereira bowling.
I beg your pardon. It's Minidu Amarasekara replacing.
Thank you, Ravitha, for that lovely introduction.
The Thomians seem to be bowling well, and Royalists seem to be getting a good grip on that bat. going in for the ball. Wonderful shot by the batsman and caught by the fielder. The current score stands at 3 runs for the loss of no wickets.
Sung with the Senratara on strike. Left that one right outside the off stump. Don't want any unwanted trouble there. A fuller length delivery.
From my perspective, I think the Thomians should bowl a bit more aggressively in order to take those wickets. Nevertheless, it's a good start by the Thomians and by the Royalists. Good lean by the batsman. What unfolds in front of us is an amazing game of cricket and a great display. Oh, the Royalists have been bowled out by Kavindu Dias. The Thomians are celebrating downstairs, the prefects. Wonderful delivery by Kavindu Dias. Right now the Thomian team is over the moon.
An unlucky dismissal. On debut, Sanmidu was hoping to make a mark in his debut, but Kavindu Dias had other plans. He would be devastated to take that long walk back to the dugout. But right now, Royal College, they are 3 for 1. The new batsman in, Sadisha Rajapaksa.
I think what Royal needs to do right now is focus on a more defensive strategy and try and protect those wickets.
Right now, they actually need a partnership.
Indeed, they need a really good partnership. Like the St. Thomases started off with a really good partnership, Senadi and Janindu, that actually built a really good foundation for the Thomians to keep on batting.
Sadisha Rajapaksa. He has represented Sri Lanka under 19 in the recently held under 19 World Cup. So it's fair to say he has that experience to change the game. That was
very close call. Good bowling by Kavindu Dias.
Pressure is on Sadisha at the moment. That's the end of the over. Royal College, they're 3 for 1.
Keniston Gururatnam going in. Defensive shot by Sinat Jawardena. You take this. You want to see?
That was another
That was a
appeal.
strong appeal by Keniston Gunratnam, but the umpire refuses it. Royal College needs to focus more. Great shot by Sinat Jawardena. Sinat Jawardena on strike.
Pushes that one to mid off. No single conceded. Like I said, Royal College is in a dire need of a partnership and they cannot afford to lose any more wickets. Now these two are the ideal pair to build up a partnership. A left-hand and a right-hand batsman together in the crease always is a threatening look to the bowlers. Tactics have to be different and therefore confusion will happen. Oh, brilliant shot by Sinat Jawardena. It will not go to the boundary there.
Will the fielder catch it? It's caught by Janidu. Straight down the fielder's throat.
Those are some lovely scenery of Colombo.
Indeed, Minindo. Scenery is absolutely eye-catching. Minindo, what do you think this is the strategy Royal should adapt right now?
Well, I think the strategy they should adapt to is actually to be defensive. That's what I think they should do, because as they move on with the session, they might be able to adapt to the wicket and get the runs they want. But these two have to be there. Right now, if Royal College loses another wicket, then another batsman comes in and it takes him more time to adapt to the wicket. So it's more better if these two who are already in the middle try to form up a partnership and get that run rate ticking.
Indeed, Minindo, I think the Royalist batsmen should have a calm presence of mind, should have a collective one. Coming the dice, going in for the ball.
Sadish Rajapaksa on strike. Goes to the back foot. Punches it through to the mid wicket.
I think the Thomian bowlers should start bowling of good line and length. Then they should be able to break one of those wickets.
Just nicks the pad there, but will take a single. That's going to be a leg bye for sure.
Caught by Senesh Yarachi.
Ryan Fernando, the captain of St. Thomas's College, is coming up with a strategy to send one of these batters back to the dugout. But the question is, will it work out for them? As far as Sinith is concerned, he's played his first big match in the last year. He was looking to be very aggressive towards the offside. The 142nd Battle of the Blues, which was played last year. But has he changed his tactics to approach the bowlers in his first few deliveries he faced?
By Janindu. We'll be introducing a new commentator, S.E. Peter.
The Royal batsmen playing a defensive game of cricket, similar to what we saw yesterday, early on in the first day of the big match between the opening two batsmen. They may have a similar strategy in mind, in which they plan to get used to the Thomian bowling. Some brilliant batting from the Royal side.
Sineth and Sadisha, the batsmen for Royal. St. Thomas's trying their level best to get one of these batsmen back in the dugout. Caniston, he's been bowling with some good pace. He's been getting the ball to move as well. Once again, Sadisha, the experienced man, played for the Sri Lanka under-19 team at the World Cup as well. And flicked on to the leg side for a singer.
Some brilliant fielding there by the Thomian side as well. Brilliantly chasing the ball.
Yeah, and like you said, Sadev, I think the approach is very similar to the Thomian openers, which is a subdued start. They're trying to get as many runs as they can and set a good platform for the other batsmen to come in.
Yeah, it was definitely a big blow to the Royal side when they got their first wicket. So quickly, if I may add.
And it's only a single. Well, once again, an early wicket can really hurt your innings. And what we saw from the Thomians was that they didn't lose a wicket until they scored 53 runs. But here Roy have lost an early wicket, and that certainly has put some pressure on the other opener, Sinet.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. The Royal side is definitely feeling a bit more pressure. I'm sure they never expected to lose a wicket this early in the game. And I'm sure the Thomian side is ecstatic.
Edge but in the gap, and that might just run away to the boundary.
Oh.
And there we go. We get some cheers from the Royal dugout, but not the most convincing shot there from Sadisha. And Sadisha Rajapaksa, like I said, is key here for Royal, just like Ryan Fernando was, and the same expectations are there from him as the experienced man playing his third big match.
There's definitely a big bounty on Sadisha's head right now. They want to get him out as fast as he can, as fast as they can possibly. They don't want to give him any low caliber balls because they know that he's gonna benefit off them immediately. You can see his experience coming out here, choosing which balls to go for, which ones not to. His risk management right now is very, very prominent, and it seems to be giving the Royal side a bit of an edge this couple of overs.
Yes, exactly. And considering that this Royal outfit is slightly inexperienced, not as experienced as it was last year round. So Sadisha Rajapaksa's role becomes even more crucial. And if you can get a youngster to come in and score some runs, that is a bonus. And we know that they had Darcis Manchanayaka, who came in the 141st Battle of the Blues as well. And he showed what he is capable of, scored a 50. And he's also going to be very important for Royal moving forward. Coming to Dias, he has been pretty impressive so far, playing his first big match, and he hasn't showed any expectations, has been pretty fantastic. Slightly wider, and Fuller missed his length and even his line then, as you can see from his reaction. Again.
He's a bit disappointed on how that ball came out, but there's always room for improvement. It's only the 5th over. I'm sure the Thomian side will just keep on getting better and better as the game goes on.
Exactly, and considering that Caniston and Kavidu are operating in the middle at the moment, they also have Akash Fernando, another seamer in the lineup, and after that they have the options of Charu Kapiris if they want to turn to any spin bowling option. So at the moment I think they are more than happy to continue with the faster bowlers. They've been bowling well, they've been tight, they haven't given many runs, and they've also picked up the wicket. And they'll be hoping to get one of these batsmen out as well, because you can't let them settle in and build a partnership. Especially when you got 242 on the board, you want to get early wickets, try and get a lead if you want to win the match. And obviously we know pressure is on Royal. St. Thomas's had the shield. Down the leg side. Good take by Senesh.
It was a brilliant delivery there. I'm sure they were just trying to bait the Royal batsman into at least touching that ball, and if he had, it would have definitely been a wicket on the Royal side.
Sandeep, what do you think the Royals should be doing here, or what should they do better?
Personally, I think that because they gave out the first wicket this early, they should be playing some defensive cricket and try to regain some of their confidence, because it seems that their players right now are lacking that.
Oh,
it's out! It's gone!
Kavidu Dias take a bow, picks
What a
up his
wonderful
second wicket
catch.
of the day, and what a catch there was!
The second wicket
And the
down for Royal.
Thomians are ecstatic, and there you go. Now Tora Paras from the SSC as Kavidu Dias picks up his second, and it's a big wicket of Sadisha Rajapaksa.
What a wonderful catch from the wicketkeeper as well, and you can see them celebrating.
And the Thomians are top here. It's Adisha. He's waiting, probably to check the no ball, but I feel he should go back to the
As
pavilion.
Thomians here, we are crossing our fingers. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it is.
Hoping that we get the green light from the third umpire. And the umpires just waiting to see whether it was a no ball. But what a big moment that is in the game. Sadisha Rajapaksa, the experienced man, and Royal in a bit of trouble if this is out.
But you know, all Royal supporters out there are crossing their fingers, hoping and praying that it was in fact a no ball. Oh, there's rumors flying everywhere.
We got some rumors here saying that it's a no ball, but as Thomians, they're hoping that it isn't. But Royal is hoping that it is a no ball. Can Sadisha get a reprieve? Well, we're waiting for the third umpire to give his decision.
And it seems that no, they haven't made that decision quite yet.
Sadisha Rajapaksa just waiting. And it's given. Sadisha Rajapaksa has to go back to the pavilion. Coming
And
to
it's
Dias.
a brilliant win for the Thomian side.
For the
What a
Thomians, I think
wonderful news.
they aren't celebrating now because they already knew that it was out. And he has to make his way back to the pavilion. Big wicket that. But Roy is certainly in some trouble. Coming to Dias.
The up and coming bowler. It seems like all Thomian hopes and prayers are with him. But as he takes that, as the Royalist batsman takes that walk, you can see that how sad and dejected he is to be leaving this early. Already Royal is down 2 wickets this early in comparison to the Thomian side, which did considerably better.
Yes, certainly St. Thomas is on top. Pressure mounting on Royal at the moment as the new man comes to the crease. Some pictures from Reed Avenue, Royal College. And Owen, the new batsman. First up, defends it. Kavidu Dias is on fire at the moment. He's getting his line and length right, which is crucial. And the batsman, unfortunately, poked at the delivery outside off. And that is what we were emphasizing on even when St. Thomas's was batting. The Royal slightly missed the lines and lengths. And you need to be where Kavidu Dias was to Sadisha. Around about that off stump, and that'll force the mistake from the batsman. You got to be patient as a bowler, as you can't be looking to take a wicket every delivery. You just got to be consistent with the lines and lengths, and the wicket will come.
And as I said earlier, the Royal confidence level has certainly not risen after that wicket. I'm sure that
Canister Goodratna steaming in. And he flicks it, not the most convincing shot, but he gets one. Kavidudas, the man of the hour right now, once again, feeling the delivery. We got Chenadi Bulankulama. I think he's going to come in as short leg. Easy, because he has the protective pads on. Not sure, but hopefully later on in the day, we might see him as the short leg or silly mid-off fielder. Owen makes his way onto the middle. Apologies, Ovindu.
Seems they are a bit hesitant with choosing which balls to go for and which ones not to. After all, careless mistake on their side may lead to 3 wickets going down from the Royal side, and they certainly do not want that this early.
And what the Thomians should be doing is building on the pressure. They got 2 early wickets here. Just build the dots now. You can't let the Royalists just ease off here. Slightly fuller this time from Caniston. Went a bit wider last time. I think he needs to be around about that off stump. Just try and swing it away, and then later on try and swing it back into the batsman. And he should try and use that as his surprise.
And would now like to welcome a change in the commentary. I now welcome Ravitha Pereira to continue commentating.
Yes, thank you so much. Back with our live commentary, and not very good scenes here for Royal College.
Certainly.
Slower ball. Not what Royal College expected. I mean, we expected a lot more. Unfortunately, he has been dismissed, and it has been 15 for 2 Royal College. It's rather a tragedy here for a team that has been performing really well in the side batting.
Yes, certainly a lot was expected from the senior man, and that is bound to happen. But it's a whole new different game when you're batting under pressure, and especially it's about how you play on that day. No matter who you are, if you don't play your cricket to the best of your abilities on that specific day, you're no good. So that's what I think Roy missed out, but hopefully there'll be hope. They'll want one of these youngsters to perform, playing their first big match, both Ovindu and Sineth. Sineth has taken a more defensive approach to the game so far.
Yes, Sineth also is rather a really valuable player, really valuable batsman for Royal College here. But however, talking about Sadish Rajapaksa, he has been actually quite one of the most key players, because he has scored over 900 runs in this season. He was really in form, and he has around 200s to his name and a few half centuries as well. And that has been quite a performance by Sadish Rajapaksa. But however,
oh, good delivery once again. Oh, that was very close to taking the edge. It could have come back in to hit the stumps. Loose shot from Sineth, where certainly we can see the pressure building on for Royal College. A lot of oohs and ahs as Caniston walks back.
a really good bowling performance by the Thomians, actually. Kudos to them. It's the end of 7 overs, and Royal College is at 17 for 2 wickets.
Yeah, and moving back on to Sadisha, I think the same was expected from Ryan Fernando, who had 2 double centuries this season and also passed a Thomian record for the highest individual score, surpassing the iconic Bertie Vijay Singh. And a lot was expected from both him and Sadisha from Royal. So I think the big guns haven't delivered as of yet in the first innings. And as we saw for St. Thomas's, Shahrukh Pires and Sine Shettiarachi stepped up, and hopefully Royal will be hoping for the same.
Yes,
With
definitely.
And Sinith at the crease, Kamidu Pereira, the man. And slightly down leg side, not where he wanted it to be. You can see the frustration on his face.
Yes, Sinet and Obindu both are rather really good players in form. Obindu hasn't performed to the maximum extent, but however, he has been a really key player as a batsman for Royal College during this season. And we expect this. Actually, we expect Royal College to build up a really good partnership here because it's 15 for 2, and you expect a side in good form like Royal College to score much more than that. Let's see what.
Kavidu Dias. And talking about Kavidu Dias, he had a brilliant outing against Prince of Wales where he picked up 7 wickets in an innings, which is an incredible feat to achieve as a 16-year-old.
Thomians building up that pressure on the Royal side. It has been magnificent how they have built up that pressure. Kamidu Dias.
And this time driven away.
Good shot.
And that's in the gap. Though
And
the
it goes
outfield
for
is
four.
though the outfield is wet, it still manages to go to the boundary.
It's definitely a good shot by
Good
Royal batsman.
Ovindu. And the fielder did give tried to cut it off, but unfortunately couldn't keep up with the pace of the delivery. And Ovindu, that'll give him some confidence because he has got a boundary against St. Thomas's strike bowler, Kavidu Dias.
Yes, what Royal really needs to do right now is, Minesh, they have to keep on and make sure that the pressure that is being built up by the Thomians are not actually going to overwhelm them. Yet another good shot. Will it? The field is chasing. They're running for another one. They're running for 2. They've got a 2 out of that ball.
Certainly, Ovindu, knowing that there's no point getting bogged down at this stage, trying to get some runs. He's driven 2 shots now consecutively. And what Kavidu should be trying to do is hit that length he hit against Sadisha. Just round about that off stump, get the ball shaping away. Now you got Ovidu playing his shots, and you should make him play at it, and that might just force the mistake.
Yes, definitely. That's what even the Royal College bowlers did. That's what the advantage that's the advantage that they tried to take, and it had at least, and it was rather quite successful for the Royal bowlers. But however, we see that strategy being deployed by the Thomian bowlers as well, and it's working pretty well for them. Let's see what happens in the next one. Really good partnership. Otherwise, Royal is in trouble. Coming to Dias.
Once again, cut away hard. And good stop by the fielder. And they only get a single. And you can see all the fielders going up, cheering the man. Vinay Gunawardhan, the fielder, playing his first big match, was not supposed to play as well. Due to an unfortunate he got the green light because Anish Kamal Chandra was unfortunately ill, so he's playing, and on the day of the big match as well. Unfortunate for Anish Kamal Chandra, he was supposed to play his first Battle of the Blues, but unfortunately had fallen ill. And the umpires are having a bit of a chat here, not sure why. Probably is there a distraction for the batsman? We don't see anything. Wonder what they're talking about. Are they calling for the covers? No, there doesn't seem to be a lot of rain, and as you can see, Ryan Fernando, rightfully so, asking the umpires what the problem is. They want to move on with the game, as we've already had a couple of rain delays, so we don't want any unnecessary delays.
Yes, we have lost. We lost actually around 1.5 to 1 hours of a play today. Even though yesterday's rain didn't actually interrupt and make us lose overs in the game. We actually played 90 overs yesterday. But however, there is a chance, we don't know, that we might go low today. It has been quite an exciting game until now.
Yes, certainly. There have been a lot of turnarounds in the game. We saw the Thomians were on top after the first session. Then in the second session, Royal fought their way back into the game, picked up 5 wickets. But then again, another partnership. So we have been seeing that the game has been shifting from one side to another. And again, the Thomians right on top here. The Royalists dominated proceedings in the morning session. But after lunch, the Thomians on top. And I think we should be underway with some action once again. Not sure what the chat was about from the umpires.
Yeah, still the play hasn't resumed though. I guess we are getting back again on onto the match.
We are underway once again. Caniston to... Sorry, Kavi the Dias had a big appeal! Is it given? No. And they're shouting, they're asking for the run out here. Interestingly.
It's a great mentality. It's a great
And
confidence.
I think the umpires are gone upstairs. Had they?
I love the confidence of the St. Thomian fielders and the bowlers. They're actually trying to create more and more pressure on the Royalists here, and it has been working well. It has actually managed to get a few loose shots and make some good impact on the Royalists.
Yes, certainly. And from Royals' point of view, I think they need a partnership. They need these two to get going. Uvindu has looked good so far. Has played a couple of shots on the offside. And he'll be expecting some support from Sineth, who has been there for some time now. And he might be the set batsman. But once again, we see Caniston to continue.
Defensive shot there.
And what we're seeing from the Thomians is that they've been building a lot of pressure. You can see there have been a lot of LBW shouts. We saw a run-out opportunity in the previous delivery. And it's been creating a lot of pressure on the Royalists mentally as well.
Yes, definitely. But as we said, all players cannot definitely. There are times that they cannot perform at a stretch, and we have been seeing that from Satish Rajapaksa, and definitely we hope that.
And it's called a no ball this time.
Yes, and definitely we hope that Satish returns back to form in the second innings, if we have that play.
And St. Thomas's would also be hoping that Ryan Fernando kicks in the second innings.
Lot of expectations here, lot of energy.
Yeah, certainly. As a Thomian vouching for a win, while my counterpart will be hoping for a royal win.
Yes, definitely.
Obviously, a shield still at Mount Lavinia. And this is a very attacking field from Ryan Fernando. We see there's 3 slips and a gully, so creating a lot of pressure. So I think there are 2 gullies here and 3 slips. So it's a very attacking field, trying to get the outside edge of the batsman. And Caniston, he's been bowling some really good lines and lengths here.
I
And that is
agree with you. Caniston Agunaratnam has been bowling really well here.
Even in the previous Battle of the Blues, he bowled quite well, but was pretty unfortunate not to be among the wickets. They'll be hoping that he kicks on here, gets a couple of wickets. He's performed throughout this season, has been the leader of the pace attack. Picked up an 8-wicket haul against Thurston College, and also won. Once again, they get a quick single here. And also won the player of the match in an under-19 provincial tournament that they had. Picked up 5 wickets, so just 14 runs, which is pretty impressive from Caniston.
Definitely.
Which shows that he has been in good form. So
Obviously, I think whatever the side it is, we expect and we encourage great players, because in the end, we also would like to out, I would say, in one day, because we have huge amount of talent, a huge amount of energy within this ground, within the Battle of the Blues, within these two teams itself.
Yes, certainly. Both these schools have produced various individuals in various spheres as well. And when it comes to cricket, it's again driven this time. Nice drive. And that's going to go to the boundary. Lovely shot from Sineth. Timed it really well. And he gets a boundary. With
This is what Royal College should try and do. They need to get those runs. They need to keep the ball low. They need to get those shots and those runs through. Those boundaries, I would say, Minash, actually gave them a lot of confidence. And this is what they do, right? This partnership between Uvu and Sineth need to continue. They need to build up a good partnership here if they are going to build up rather something good.
Wonderful shot once again through the gap, and that's going to be 4 more for Sineth. Wonderful striking this.
Yes, definitely. It reaches the boundary and yet another 4. A
It-
boost of momentum, a boost of confidence for the Royal College team.
Certainly has been too full, Caniston. He needs to hit the good length. He's been a bit too full, and that's why Sineth has been able to drive it on the up. And especially with the region vacant, it's easy pickings for the batsman.
Yes, Minash. And at the end of 9 overs, Royal College is 39 for 2.
So the run rate is quite good for Royal College, going at slightly over 4 runs an over. So they haven't. It shows that the boundaries have leaked in the last couple of overs. We saw 2 consecutive boundaries in the previous 2 deliveries as well, and we can see the Royal fans back at it. The prefects waving the flag.
More what makes this more interesting is spectators and the support. We see a boundary flows in, and the prefects, all of the people members in the audience for their team, and that is all what this Battle of the Blues is about.
So again, they get a quick single. Not the most convincing shot, but certainly I think it's the crowd that makes the difference in the Battle of the Blues. It's a rivalry which has continued for a long period of time, and the fans just add that extra bit towards the game as well. This time, obviously, we don't have a full house in. We have the prefects and the parents or the players, and the prefects are certainly giving it their all for the loss of the spectators. They are cheering every boundary, cheering every wicket, cheering every appeal as well, which just shows the support shown by the prefects and how enthusiastic they are about this game. Down the leg side.
Attack.
That's not the line he wants. You can see the frustration on his face once again. That's what I like about Kavidudayas. The fact that he has shown his frustration every time he's erred in his line and length, which shows that he wants to learn. He wants to bowl a better delivery.
That is what fuels this entire. That is what actually makes great players, Minash, because that determination, that willpower, is what actually keeps everyone going. And we can see that definitely from Kamidudayas. It's really impressive how he has performed already.
That is a good delivery. That is where he needs to be. Tempt the batsman to go for that big booming drive and try and get the edge. Advertising. Akash Fernando on screen. Oh, a bit of aggression from Kavidu, giving a bit of a stare back on to the batsman. But that's what this rivalry is all about. A bit of fun banter is what everyone wants. It's enjoyable to watch. Royal are slightly building a partnership right now.
Definitely, Minash. I mean, as I said, Uvindu and Sineth actually have been coming to dais again. Defensive strike. They are thinking well. They know where to go. They are not going for such rash shots. And as I said, Minash, Uvindu and Sineth actually have been performing really well, and that is one of the things that we would rather target, and we would say that we look forward to see them perform in the big match itself, because whatever you perform throughout the season, it all comes to the big match in the end. I mean, it is something that is really valuable, and that is why this is third 3-day encounter. All these matches in the season
Flicked
Yet
away on the
again.
leg side, and that's it, the gap. That's
that
gonna
is
go
in
for
the
4.
gap, and that yet another boundary for Royal College. Sineth Jayawardena. And it's raining boundaries here.
Yeah, the Thomians will not like that. But what I like about these two is that they haven't been overly defensive. They've looked to take the attack to the bowlers, which has been very impressive. And they've been good shots. They haven't been just heaves on the leg side or on the off side. They've been really good shots. And as you see some pictures from Reed Avenue.
Yes, definitely. The gardens of Royal College remind of the section here. Yet again coming to dais. Leaves the ball. As I said, this is a really good partnership building up. It is yet not what Royal needs. It's slowly building up, and these two batsmen are really giving a good.
And I think we have
go.
a short drinks break right now.
Yes, the update from SSC here live is we are at the drinks break. At the end of 10 overs, Royal College are 45 for 2 wickets. We're back again in action. The ball has been taken over by Akash Fernando from St. Thomas's College.
Akash Fernando, slightly inexperienced, but has been picked mainly on potential. Is a fast bowler, and we saw that he tried to give the ball a bit of a whack when he was on strike with the bat.
It's Akash to Uvindu. Let's see how this combination goes.
And it seems that he's coming from... Yeah, he seems like a left-arm bowler, Akash. Oh, beautiful line and length. Straight away, shaping back in towards the batsman. And it's a good bowling change by Ryan. We saw that the boundaries were leaking slightly, and Akash offers the variation Ryan needs right now. A left-arm seamer. A good variation. And he'll be looking to impress everyone with... So again, Akash, good run up. See? So again, slightly fuller.
The thing I like about the Royal batters right now is they're not really going for rash shots. I mean, they know the weak balls and they aim the weak balls and they hit it towards the boundary. And they're confident with their shot as well. That is what really builds up a good cricketer, a good batsman. And we have seen it from this pair of batsmen, Uvindu and Sineth Jayawardena. And they are building, they came into the pitch when it was 15 for 2, and slowly they have built up a partnership here. Akash again.
Get a quick
Quick
single. Good
single.
running. Good running. They're certainly putting the pressure back on to the Thomians. Got the boundaries. Now they're taking the singles. Exactly what is needed from this pair. And it has been good going from these two. They coped up with the early pressure put on by the Thomians. They were bowling with a good steam. But now the runs are coming. We can see the boundaries also starting to flow. And taking singles is just as important. Just rotating the strike, putting the ball off his length is a left hand, right hand combination at the crease as well.
Yes. Again, Akash Fernand. Sorry, Sinet.
Nice shot in the gap, and that's gonna go for 4.
Boundaries really do count, and those boundaries really gave Royal that change, the mentality, the change of mentality, and that was what Royal needed all this time since the first over until the fourth of the second wicket, and it has been produced by this pair, and that is really amazing to see Royal back in action. Boundaries flowing, it's great cricket from Royal College, and Royal are up with 50 runs.
Yeah, they started pretty defensively, and what we thought was that they're gonna look to be more defensive as the game moves on. But what we've seen is a total reverse. They've been more aggressive, Uvindu and Sinet. They've been looking to take on the bowlers, which is good. Slightly shorter, and they pounced on it. Exactly what is needed. And that is what has impressed me the most about Royal so far. And they're going at a run rate of over 4.5, about 4.5 an over, which is brilliant from where they were.
Which is brilliant, I would say, Minesh, because right now we just have 1.5 days left in play, and within those 1.5 days we need to play yet another inning as well from the both sides, and we need to make sure, Royal College needs to make sure that they put up a really good score and potentially a lead.
Yeah, hopefully Royal is not taking the best ball approach, and hopefully they will be more defensive as the game moves on. And we have a change in the com box. We got Sherwan Vijay Singer replacing Minash Daratna.
Good afternoon, Ravita.
Yes, good afternoon, Siobhan.
We've seen some positive cricket from the Royalists. They lost their first wicket for only 3 runs. Later on, they lost the second wicket when they were just a few runs short of the 20
yes,
run mark.
definitely, and we see the Royal Prefects cheering the side. This is what we need. The energy here is impeccable. Even though we don't have spectators around the ground, we have the prefects. We have those prefects to cheer up, and we have the parents, and we have quite a crowd here at the SSC, and that is something that we have seen in the past 2 days here at the Battle of the Blues, and the energy has been impeccable here.
Indeed, the support the players receive from the crowds is very important, and that's probably a unique aspect of the Battle of the Blues, especially if you would be in the boys' tent on a day like this, preferably without the economic crisis and COVID-19.
Yes, straight back at Kavindu Dias. Some aggressive bowling. I like the attitude that Kavindu is displaying over here. He has bowled well. He has picked up 2 wickets already. Both the wickets.
Kavindu is a young pacer, and he has a lot of potential. It's good to note that Kavindu has been very consistent in this spell of his. He's been able to bowl that right length that's slightly outside the off stump, forcing the Royalists to play at all his balls. But something the Thomians did differently was they had a very defensive approach to the style of batting, especially when they were under pressure, when they lost 5 quick wickets in the second session yesterday. However, despite Royal losing 2 early wickets, they did not play any sort of negative or defensive cricket. They were very positive. We've seen a couple of boundaries, and the batsmen are not having any sort of defensive intent. In fact, they want to keep the scoreboard ticking, and they've reached the 50-run mark in just 11 overs, which means they're going at slightly below 5 runs. And that's another aggressive stroke by Uvindu.
That is definitely in the boundary. Yet again, another great shot by the Royal batsman here. And it has been, and they are trying to prove that they are never going to give up. And this has been the attitude that has made both Royal College and St. Thomas's College something of great school, something of a great institution itself. The will to never give up in any chance.
Indeed, that's something that stands out in this encounter. The Battle of the Blues is known for a very gritty fight put up by both schools. And as we were discussing a couple of minutes ago, we discussed that Royal is playing very positive cricket. And that is something very important. But Ryan Fernando would need to bring in a cover fielder. Because if you look at that mid-on and the mid-off region.
And yet again, boundaries flowing. here at the SSC for Royal College.
That
It's
was
great
a-
cricket here. A great comeback by the Royal College batsman. This pair is doing something that Royal has always needed in this match. Great cricket here.
That was a loose stroke by Windu. That was a wide delivery. He did not need to play at it, but then Royal is not going to be any sort of defensive batting lineup.
I would rather like to say that they're going at the loose balls.
Indeed, that's something the Thomians did not do, and
Exactly.
I fear that the Thomians played some negative cricket towards the end of the second session yesterday.
Yes.
Royal was in a similar situation, losing 2 wickets early in the innings, but by no means could we say that the Royalists are going to have a very defensive approach. They want to play a bit of aggressive cricket but not play any loose strokes. They don't want to go after the bowling but take the opportunities when they are given, maximize those loose deliveries, and that's what any quality cricketer would like to do.
Yet again, a hard shot here. Boundaries once again. Doesn't seem happy about that, definitely.
Indeed, Kavindu may not be happy about that, but yet he must not be dismayed by the fact that he was hit for 3
Definitely.
boundaries. After all, 1 boundary was off the outside edge. It passed the slip cord. But yet, Kavindu Dias has been a very good bowler right throughout the season. And Kavindu should continue to bowl the correct line and length. That was a good delivery. Just that it was to his misfortune that was dispatched to the boundary.
Definitely. Because it's pure talent from both sides, Siobhan. Like, it's always about the talent, and they have been delivering consistently.
The umpires call for drinks.
Yes, it's the end of 12 overs, and Royal College has 63 for 2 wickets.
I like Sinet and Windows' approach to the game. They are very aggressive, but after all, they are not playing any loose strokes. They are batting quite carefully. We saw a few outside edges, but by no means have they played any rash strokes. They've been very careful, but they've added a lot of pressure on the Thomians. However, the Thomians have been very positive on the field. If you notice, even though they were hit for a couple of boundaries, the fielders continuously supported and encouraged their bowlers, and that was something that was lacking when they were batting towards the end of play yesterday.
Yes, definitely, Siobhan. The mentality of the Thomians have actually been something to comment on. The field, when you're fielding, the encouragement that you give to each other, the encouragement that you give to the bowler, essentially is rather really vital, because when you're on the field and it's 11 of them and you're putting much more pressure on the 2 batsmen on the field, 2 batsmen who are actually in your opponent's side, and that is what you have to do. That is the mentality and the atmosphere that you need to and try and create within the ground itself, and that has been done excellently. Even though they weren't, the Royal College is pacing hard into a good run here. Even though that is happening over here, we have seen the mentality of the Thomians. They have never let it down, and it should continue in my point of view. Siobhan?
I agree with you. Something I must commend is that the Royalists were able to up the rate, and now they are going at 5.25 runs an over, which is something very commendable. Yes, I did.
Yes, that is something really commendable. So, as we all should try and not go for rash shots and give another wicket, because what something that keeps the match going is the wickets, and if the fall of wickets is there and they do not, and if they lose rather valuable batsmen, especially this pair who have performed rather really well and are really strong in their batting, that is going to be not that much of a good point for Royal College.
Well, we did see something similar happening to Mahit Pereira. When he tried to go after the bowling, Well, his intent was somewhat similar. He wanted to add pressure on the Royal bowlers, but unfortunately he was not careful and he ended up uh, perishing towards the end of that. He was the final man to be dismissed, and that did not allow the Thomians to reach the 250 run mark. Whereas Sinet and Uvindu have a very good strategy. They're taking a few overs as one segment, probably about 5 to 6 overs, and they suddenly have started accelerating, whereas they started at a very slow pace previously. By accelerating all of a sudden towards the end of maybe a 6 over period, they have startled the bowlers, especially Kavindu Dias, who was bowling brilliant lines and lengths, and he was able to swing that ball very well to maximize, to extract some swing on this greenish wicket. That indeed has surprised the Thomians, and I did not see Ryan Fernando changing his field setup. He should have brought in a cover fielder and a mid-on fielder, because if you look at the Royalist scoring areas, they've been able to score a lot of boundaries through that mid-on and cover region, and even cover point.
Yes, definitely, Siobhan.
Akash Kalhara back into the attack. The young left arm pace bowler. He hasn't been very impressive right throughout the season. He has got his best figures are 2 for 10 runs. Let's hope he's able to impress us today. We did see him bowling some good lines and lengths in his spell thus far. Let's hope he could keep it up. That was wide of the off stump, but tapped away towards point.
Get a single. And yeah.
Akash should look at bowling that ball on the off stump and take it away from the left-hander Sinet. Ryan Fernando has brought in an extra cover fielder. It's good to note. There's a short point, that's a catching fielder. However, the square leg region is empty, and therefore the bowler should refrain from bowling on the leg stump, because Sinet could just easily flick it down to square leg. Now that was a good delivery. He bowled it on the off stump. However, there is a risk involved. The batsman could easily pull that sort of delivery because it is angling in to the left hander, and he could just pull it through the mid wicket or even the square leg region. Akash should try to swing the ball away from the left hander and try to look for the outside edge.
Another
That
full
was
shot.
too
That
full,
was
driven to
passing the
perfection.
fielders. Yet again, another boundary. Great performance here by this batting pair. Really love how they have managed to tackle the pressure that was being built up by the Thomian bowlers, who have been doing pretty well as well. They have been bowling well. They have been doing their fielding, and it's quite impressive how this pair has done in the sense of batting.
Yes, Ravita, it's not a case of the bowlers not bowling good deliveries. It's just down to the fact that certain bowlers were not able to be consistent. Akash, Fernando bowled a few good length deliveries and in the slot, but this one was way too full. That was a half volley. Akash Kalhara should continue to bowl a good length delivery, or perhaps back of a length, instead of bowling full length deliveries, because we've seen the Royals being able to maximize all those full length and those half volley deliveries.
Definitely.
That's a solid defense by Sinet. We'd like to see Akash bowl similar deliveries in his spell. Ones that will force the batsman to defend or just leave them alone. I'd like to see Akash try to extract some outswing on that, where he could perhaps flirt with the outside edge.
Definitely. We haven't seen that, but however, yet again, Sinet Jayawardena. By Akash Fernando, we have
looks like Akash Kalhara is following the maybe the olden day technique, that is to bowl on the stumps, because if you continue to bowl on the stumps, maybe you might be tapped around for a few runs, but then you swing or you miss and I hit.
That is what the Royalists will never expect here, because little by little they are building up a really great partnership, and they have already yet again a great shot by the Royalist batsman, yet another boundary. This is great wicket from this pair. They've already gotten into a 50-run partnership, more than 50 runs. Some beautiful scenes of here. You can see the Bandaranaike International Hall.
A change in the bowling. We see a spinner being brought into the attack. We have the young right arm off spinner Shahrukh Kapiris brought into the attack. Shahrukh Kapiris has been very impressive with the ball, and of course in this game he played a vital role with the bat in steering the ship, which is tormented by the excellent spin attack of the Royalists.
Definitely, Siobhan. That 50 really gave a huge boost of confidence for the Thomian side.
I beg your pardon, it is not Shahrukh Kapiris bowling from the mid-arm out the end. Instead, it is Janidu Abegunawardana, the opening batsman of the Thomian side, coming in to bowl to Uvindu, the right-hander. That was not a good delivery to start off with. Janid.
No.
That was a poor delivery.
Dinay Javardhana, the Thomian fielder.
Janidu must target the off stump and try and spin it towards leg stump, forcing the batsman to try and flick it down to fine leg or glide it towards mid wicket. And in that case, the Thomians could expect an outside edge which would head towards a leg slip. And in that case, Ryan Fernando would need to bring in a leg slip into play, and he could introduce a short leg. Right now, this field setup is not supporting the bowler. Ryan Fernando is having a very defensive field setting. I would like to see Ryan Fernando be a little bit more aggressive with his field setting. He could bring in a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg fielder. That ball was a little bit too short, Ravita. Balls like that are very easy for the batsman to play, giving them enough time to get on the back foot and dispatch that towards the square leg, the square region.
Yes, obviously, as you said, Siobhan, there's only one slip in place, and we don't see that much of an aggressive field setting by the Thomian captain Ryan Fernando. And it has, let's see, he might have a plan, but however, and it has,
and Janidu
and
has
that's
his
the
man.
breakthrough that the Thomians
The Thomians
needed.
got the man they wanted. Sinet is sent back to the dressing room. The change in the bowling has worked. The part-timer has taken a wicket.
It was a really great partnership building up more than 50 runs, and gave a huge boost of confidence for the Royalists. And Thomians have gotten their breakthrough here at the SSC Stadium. Royal College is 73 for 3 wickets here at the
A
SSC.
lack of concentration from Sinet. Sinet's approach towards Kavindu and Caniston was to play a very slow-paced innings until he settled to the bowling. He changed his style of batting. He wanted to go after the bowling. He wanted to push for quick singles, and unfortunately, he tried to drive that one on the back foot and only manages to get at outside edge. And that's the reason for the Thomian prefects to lead the cheers. And you could hear them chant their Legion's cry. Brings in Dasis Manchanayaka.
That is Manchanayaka. Yes, Dasis Manchanayaka here, the new batsman. Impressive season from him as well. Over 400 runs, scoring around 450s in the season.
When one quality batsman departs, yet another
Best
comes
score
to the
of
crease.
68, strike rate is around 61.
Let's look at that average. His average is 30.6, and that is very good at school cricket.
Yes, definitely, Siobhan. We are expecting him to play yet again another good partnership here with it's Umidu and Dasis here in the crease. Dasis on strike. Johnny the strikes earlier.
That's a good delivery, and I believe Dasis should look at playing he should look at defending the spinner, and he shouldn't go after the big shots. He shouldn't go after the bowling until he settles down at the crease. I know that Dasis Manchanayak is a very confident batsman who could score quick runs, and he could get a few cheeky runs as well. But in this case, Royal would need to recover because they were going at a good rate and they were threatening the Thomian bowling lineup.
Yes, definitely. Sinet Jayawardena was definitely one of the key players of the Royal batting attack, and the Thomians have managed to get 3 good wickets out of the Royalists, and we are having yet again potentially a good two good batsmen on the crease. We don't know how it turned out today. Thomian captain is bringing in Charu Kapiris.
The much awaited Charu Kapiris is brought into the attack. Charu Kapiris steered the ship with the bat, and let's hope he could do the same with the ball. Finally, there's a short leg fielder brought in, Senadi Bulankulama. That's a good delivery. He's bowling on that 5th stump line, bringing it into the off stump. Charu Kapiris is quite talented. He's a young man who's able to spin the ball all the way from outside the off stump to off and middle. And he should use that ability well to deceive the batsman.
And another thing about, I would like to say, point out right here, we saw the Royal prefects just cheering right now. I mean, there was no apparent reason, as we could point out. There was nothing like a boundary or anything like that. But however, that atmosphere that is created in the SSC right now by the prefects and the audience that is already here is something that we have to commend on.
That's positive cricket and positive thinking from
Definitely,
the
and yet
spectators.
again, more boundaries here. Again, great cricket.
Some positive cricket from the Royalists. They
Definitely.
haven't been threatened by the fact that they lost a wicket in the previous over. Windu, who has been at the crease for some time, was able to capitalize on that short pitch delivery, which was quite slower than the previous deliveries, and just turning into the off stump. Ravita, on the topic of positive thinking and positive cricket, we see the Royal prefects leading the cheering despite losing a wicket in the previous over, and we've seen the Royalists continuing to play some well-balanced cricket. I won't say they are playing an aggressive game right now, because we've seen the batsmen being able to defend and play very, very carefully, not going after quick runs, but also up the rate after settling down at the crease.
Definitely.
And that's something that the Royalists were able to do well right throughout the game thus far.
Definitely, they have lost 3 wickets so far, and they can't actually afford Siobhan to lose any wickets at this point, because they are 77 for 3. But however, they have built up some good cricket. They have played some positive cricket, and they have played some quality cricket, I would say.
That's an aggressive stroke, but that's brilliant fielding.
Brilliantly stopped there.
Ryan Fernando, the skipper, indeed he's a great fielder.
That's Manchanayaka.
Yes, so Ravita, because Janidu Abeguna Vardhana is not a regular bowler, but if you look at his style of bowling off spin, Janidu does not turn the ball a significant degree, but he doesn't bowl the ball too slowly either. Whereas had Ryan Fernando introduced Charuka Piris, who turns the ball a significant degree and is slightly slower than Janidu, the Royal batsmen, who have obviously done their homework prior to the match, would have been able to take on Charuka Piris, but Janidu Abegunavardhana is not titled as a bowler. He's just a part-time bowler, and we rarely see him bowl in we've rarely seen him bowl in the cricket season. And knowing that, Ryan Fernando brought him into bowl, thinking that Sineth and Uvindu will try to go after Janidu's bowling, and that's exactly what happened. Sineth, who was able to defend and play a slow-paced game for the newer bowlers who were introduced right throughout the innings thus far, tried to get quick singles, and that's what Sineth tried to do. And he was not spending time to read Janidu's line and his length, and he did misread that spin. Janidu bowled an arm ball, it didn't turn too much, and it just got the outside edge of Sineth's bat. A poor delivery from Janidu Abegunavardhana and a dot for Royal College. I must say the wicket keeping from both sides has been excellent. Senesh Shettyarachi from St. Thomas's thus far hasn't given too many bye runs, and the Royal wicket keeper was quite good with the gloves. A decent over for Janidu Abegunavardhana, and we see some lovely scenes from Royal College.
Yes, we see the Royal College main gardens here in front of the War Memorial. Great scenes in front of Rajagir Mawata. You pass the Rajagir Mawata. It's incredible to see how much of a great architecture, great amazing sights here from Colombo and Trade Avenue.
I'm sure the streets of Reed Avenue would be so much more lively if the schools were open, and we as school students would long to get back into the classrooms of both Royal College and St. Thomas's.
Definitely, Siobhan, definitely. That this is titled the March Madness, even though yes, it's not March.
It's rather belated March Madness.
Yes, it's rather belated March Madness. Even though there are no flags or there are not really, it's not like the big match season which we would expect in a usual circumstance in Sri Lanka. We have seen the way there, couple of runs, they're going for a couple.
We've seen the students being very interested and keen on supporting their teams, despite having to support them virtually using social media.
The support that I would like to thank all the Royalists and Thomians, and not even only the Royalists and the Thomians. There have been outsiders who have been and eager to see the back. Come on. And it has been yet a great experience for all the 143 years so far.
Indeed, Ravita. There's a little delay in play. I'd like to see what Dasis Manchanayaka would do, and what his approach to batting to the right arm off spinner would be.
Was not successful.
Looks like Dasis Manchanayaka does not want to be too defensive. Looks like he wants to be a little bit cheeky and get a few quick singles. Tried to paddle that down to fine leg, but his attempt was unsuccessful.
Yes, even though any of these batters would like to go for maybe big shots and rather try and score runs, they haven't actually, they have to make sure that they don't go for rather loose shots and give out, and rather give out yet another wicket. Royal College cannot definitely afford to have another wicket here. It's 80 for 3.
They have to follow the protocol, and that is to check whether Dasis Manchanayaka is alright. That's the concussion rule introduced by ICC since 2020. I assume Dasis is alright because Charuka Piris is not bowling at a very high pace. But let's hope he's alright. And let's hope that Dasis plays some smart cricket. He doesn't go after quick singles at this point of time. Remember, Royal has lost 3 wickets, and Sinet's wicket was somewhat unnecessary, and we wouldn't want to see Dasis Manchanayaka, who is such a talented young man who has a unique way of playing the sport.
Yes, definitely. I agree Siobhan. Dasis Manchanayaka has been not only been performing really well, he has a positive mindset. Whatever happens, Dasis Manchanayaka is able to produce rather great cricket, whatever happens, and that is something that we would like to see in each and every player here, and that has been produced by Dasis, and we expect to see him attaining a rather good score.
Dasis is making his intent clear. He doesn't want to just wait around there and tap the ball. He wants to be cheeky and get some quick runs for his team. But on the topic of the concussion protocols when a batsman is struck on the head, some would deem the present generation of cricketers to be less brave, because if we look at cricket in the early parts and maybe the early parts of the 20th century and maybe in the 1970s, we would see batsmen like Viv Richards batting without helmets and being fearless, stepping out and taking on the pace bowlers like Glenn McGrath, who would bowl as fast as Mitchell Starc at about 140 kilometers per hour. Cricket indeed has changed a lot. It's taken a complete change. An aggressive stroke by Avindu.
And it doesn't find the gap, it goes to the fielder. all that energy should actually should make sure all the energy up here.
Thus is Manchanaik on strike. I'd like to see Charuka Pires pitching that ball on the middle stump and turning it away from the left-hander and trying to get that outside edge. But I would also like to see Ryan Fernando bringing in the second slip, because after all there's a high chance that the bowler could take that outside edge and it could go wide of the first slip. Because Dasis Manchanaik looks like he wants to come out of his crease and drive Charuka right through covers. That was a cheeky stroke guided to third man. A little bit of a Niroshan Dikwella type of cricket over here.
It's the end of an over here at the SSC. It's 16 overs and Royal College has 82 for loss of 3 wickets. Yeah, they are trailing by 118 runs. 159 runs.
The weather has not been in our favor over the past day. The sky is very gloomy and fingers crossed. Let's hope there's no interruption in the next 1.5 sessions we have.
Definitely, Siobhan, because even in the morning we actually lost around 1.5 hours of play, and we can't afford to lose any more overs because the entire team, okay, if we knew that we were playing 2 days, we would, the teams would rather set their minds for 2 days. But now they're set for 3 days, and if the rain comes here, Janidu, yet leaves the ball over there. Yet so Siobhan, if rain comes here and interrupts and we lose yet another good session or two, it's gonna be rather difficult on both teams, don't you think?
Yes, unless we see a little bit of baseball like Johnny Bairstow, like we were discussing yesterday. Perhaps the Royalists could be a little bit aggressive like Johnny Bairstow, and of course careful at the same time, because right throughout this match we've seen that it is very important that the batsmen don't go after unnecessary runs and try to take boundaries and sixes when they actually don't need it.
Yeah, that quite a few times here.
A poor delivery, and that's effortlessly pulled towards Kavindu Dias down there at deep mid-on. I would like to see Janidu trying to bowl that off-stump length and turn it to the leg stump. That's cut straight to the point fielder. Excellent fielding.
Hit some shots. Other while being careful.
Ravitha, we've noticed that Janidu is not a big turner of the ball, and he continues to bowl outside the off stump, and he's bowling quite short pitch deliveries. Perhaps he would need to push it slightly forward and bowl maybe a good length or a full length and pitch it on the off stump or maybe a fourth stump line. Now that was a good delivery, and we've seen some aggression from Senadi Bulankuluma at short leg. That's some positive and aggressive fielding from the close-in fielders of the Thomian side. That was a fairly decent over, and all because of the fielding unit of St. Thomas's. Fielding plays a vital role in the game of cricket, and of course revolutionized by the South African cricketer John T. Rhodes.
Yes, obviously one of the greatest in the history.
well, about 30 or 50 years ago, we didn't see fielders diving on the field of sport to save a boundary. But since of late, we've even seen fielders jumping out of the boundary to save catches.
Definitely. Once we were quite confident that would be rather a 6 runs, would have been stopped by a fielder.
Interesting. Kanistan Gunaratnam is brought back into the attack. I'd like to know what Ryan Fernando has in store for the Royalists.
Back into the attack.
Ravita, Uwindo is the only batsman out here who has faced the Thomian Pacers. Dasis Manchanayaka has not faced Kavinda Dias, Akash and Kanistan. I believe that if Kanistan could bowl a few short pitch deliveries and even back up a length and try to swing it away from Dasis, it would be somewhat of an interesting game.
Definitely. It's rather the change of bowling and change of mentality that you have to be ready for. And sometimes we have actually seen that not being faced successfully by either batsmen of either sides, and tragically ending in some wickets, even in the previous day and today's first session.
Well, that's exactly what happened to Sineth. He wasn't able to adjust to the new bowler Janidu Abegunawardena. Perhaps St. Thomas's could take the upper hand and take the wicket of Dasis Manchanayaka. It's quite interesting. Kanistan Gunaratnam should try to bowl on that leg stump and swing it away past the off stump and get that outside edge. It was a nice leg drive. I feel there was no follow through on that shot.
The Kanistan is hitting batsman here. He's building up a. He used to build up much more pressure as well.
That was a very ordinary delivery from Kanistan Gunaratnam. That was not threatening the batsman at all, but perhaps he changed his line with this delivery. That's much better. Much better. Dasis Manchanayaka is known to be an aggressive batsman, not in the sense where he would try to hit big strokes and get boundaries and sixes, but he is capable of getting quick singles, and that would add a lot of pressure on the Thomians, and we've seen him trying to be a little bit aggressive this innings, at least in the few balls he's faced. He comes out to face the fast bowler. That shows the level of his confidence.
Definitely, that is some positivity from Dasis Manchanayaka. As you said, Siobhan, Dasis can be rather really aggressive of a batsman and collect those singles, and that is what Royal College needs to do right now, because this is a slower game. It's not a T20. We should make sure that we have the wicket and we bat throughout and get a rather better score and potentially a lead ahead of the Thomians. That is what the Royal College should do right now. We have seen rather good glimpses over here. Kanistan Gunaratnam once again.
Even though Dasis is a batsman who is capable of incorporating the T20 style or the T20 approach of cricket,
we had
Dasis Manchanayaka may be a batsman who is able to incorporate the style of playing T20 cricket or even 50-over cricket into his test cricket batting, rather the 3-day cricket batting. He would need to hold
once again, delivery by Thomian ball Janidu.
We've been having some technical difficulties and we sincerely apologize for that. Interesting to know why Ryan Fernando has taken Charuka Piris out of the attack. Well, Ravita, even though Janidu is not a big turner of the ball and he's not a regular bowler, we must acknowledge that the Royalists were struggling to play some of his lines and lengths, and perhaps because he had the support of the fielding unit.
Definitely, really good fielding both the sides here. St. Thomas's College doing an impressive job here with their fielding. Rather really commendable. And stopping runs, that has been what the outfield is not that right now, because we have had play, we have had
Well, Ravita, I've noticed that St. Thomas's has a very good off-spin attack, but we have a very weak leg spin attack, whereas Royal College is the total opposite. You have Gishan Balasuriya, captain, who is a brilliant left-arm orthodox bowler who's always taken wickets in the Battle of the Blues. If I'm not mistaken, in almost every edition of the Battle of the Blues he has played since 2019, he has been able to take at least 3 to 4 wickets in an innings, and he was the pick of the bowlers for the Royalists in this edition of the Battle of the Blues. And Gishan Balasuriya showed a lot of promise for the Royalists when he started playing the big match at the age of just 16.
yes, and we see Gishan Balasuriya has actually improved rather really well from all the big matches that he has played, and in the end today he's captaining the Royal side, and
Yes.
captaining the Royal side or the Thomian side in the big match is, I would say, really great honor.
I must say, Gishan Balasuriya has played this encounter for a lengthy period of time. He has played from the age of 16. This must be his 4th encounter. And indeed, he has been patient like our Prime Minister, to wait long enough to become captain of the Royal team.
We're back again here at the SSC. Royal College 88 at the end of 20 overs, 88 for 3 wickets. They're trailed by 154 runs with 7 wickets in hand. Rather really good partnership building up here between Uvindu and Dasis Manchanayaka.
On a serious note, Ravita, I believe bringing in the pace bowlers back into attack is a good move from Ryan Fernando. After all, the Royalists were troubled by this young bowler Kavindu Dias.
Definitely Siobhan. Kavindu Dias.
An inside edge. Unfortunately for the bowler, that did not move on to the stumps, but fortunately for the batsman, he was able to cross over for a single.
Definitely. Yet another round flowing. Kamindou Dias has been impressive, as we had talked.
We'd like to see Kamindou Dias bowling similar lengths, pitching it on the middle stump and swinging it away from Dasis Manchanayaka, who would like to be a little bit aggressive. We saw him coming out of his crease and facing Kanistan Gunaratnam, but that was unsuccessful. His intent was unsuccessful. But Kamindou Dias, who has threatened the Royal batting this innings, would like to flirt with that outside edge, continuing to bowl this line and length and take it away from the left hander, just like he has done. They appeal. The umpire
does not seem satisfied. The umpire does not seem satisfied. It was a huge appeal. Kamindou Dias is not happy with.
A little bit of disappointment for the young man. That was a really good delivery. Dasis Manchanayaka did not know what had happened there.
Dasis Manchanayaka just got lucky. We don't know what the umpire's final decision is.
Let's see how Dasis Manchanayaka responds to that. Kamindou Dias has been very impressive. He has been very consistent with his lines and lengths. That's the line and length. I would like to see the other pace bowlers bowling to the left-handers, making it very difficult for them to drive them.
Yeah,
Played
kicked on
uppishly,
ahead.
but it will fall in no man's land.
Was a risky shot, I would say.
That was off the leading edge, Ravita.
Definitely.
And I believe Dasis Manchanayaka would need to hold his nerve and not try to go after the bowling.
Yes, not play any loose shots and not lose the wicket. That's the game, and you have to keep on with the runs as well. However, making sure that no unnecessary wickets are fallen.
A half volley played back to the bowler. Excellent fielding from the young man.
We have seen some really good fielding and bowling by Kamindou Dias.
Indeed, Kamindou Dias is a good prospect for Thomian cricket and perhaps even Sri Lanka cricket and at the under-19 level.
Definitely. He has shown some real quality cricket, some real aggression and some real willpower to go ahead, take up those wickets and make sure that he builds up a name for the Thomians inside this encounter.
Well, we'll be having a change in commentary. Siobhan Vijay Singh signing out and Govindu Pitidua Gamge coming in from St. Thomas's College.
Thank you, Siobhan. So, session with the Royalists coming out to bat. They're 3 down, and for now, Uvidu is playing a wonderful innings and is 35 not out. Dasis Manchanayaka on 10 runs. There's a very close call in the previous over. In the umpire turning down the decision, it looked out, to be honest, in a Thomian perspective, of course. Yes, Kanistan Gunaratnam, the vice captain of the Thomian team, is back once again. He actually has been the leading wicket taker for the Thomians this season. I mean, in terms of the fast bowling department, he's picked up over 25 wickets for the Thomians. His first spell too was brilliant. Thomians are pretty electric on the field at the moment. They're looking for their 4th wicket, while the Royalists trail by 150 runs. The Royalists are looking to score the runs very quickly, and they're trying their best to put the Thomians back into bat very soon. Short of a length. There's a
Goes to
point
the
fieldsman
fielder.
in play.
Yeah.
The Thomians are trying their best to attack, and they are finding ways to pick up wickets at the moment. The leg side field is pretty open for Dasis Manchanayaka. With a short leg in place, I'm sure Kanistan Gunaratnam is looking to bowl a short delivery. Maybe trap him in the mid-ribs and maybe try to get a wicket to the short leg, who is Senadi Bulankulama. He's been brilliant there throughout the day. That's a nice, wonderful line of length from Kanistan Gunaratnam with 2 slips as well. Dasis Manchanayak has looked good, to be honest. He's been batting well throughout this season. Should say he's looked good today as well, as he has done in the past few years as well. What do you think, Ravita?
Yes, definitely. Dasis has been a key player for the Royalists, and definitely has produced a lot of runs within the season. Around more than 400 runs to his name in the season, and he has been quite impressive in today's match as well. Right now he's on 10, and Umindu is slowly starting to climb to his 50, I would say. He's at 35 runs. He's in his mid-30s. He has a little bit more to go.
Definitely.
And that runs away, but fielder would get it. He'll come back for 2.
That's good running from the Royalists. Good communication between the two. The covers are kept open. Certainly. Kanistan Gunaratnam should be bowling short of a length. And that was a bit too over-pitched, I should say. And well driven through the covers for 2 runs.
And it's the end of yet another over. At the end of 22 overs, Royal College trail by 147 runs, and it's 95 for 3 wickets.
As we hear the spectators getting into a bit of form as well. Yes, indeed, today's game is only open to the prefects, of course, of both sides. And they've been supporting their players throughout the day. That's been great to see, considering that the big match is, of course, an attraction for many during the past few years. But unfortunately, we have been unable to have any spectators.
Kavindu Dias back in the action.
Kavidu being just a 16-year-old, he's been bowling very well, picking up 2 wickets in his opening spell.
And also building so much of pressure on the Royalists, I would say.
Yes, definitely. His line lengths have been consistent throughout his first spell. And in the second spell, he hasn't looked too bad. He's still getting into that line and length. He's looking for it outside the off stump.
I think what Royal College need to do right now is try and get those runs flowing, because this has been a little bit of a slow phase, rather comparing to what we had earlier, and then definitely not to lose any wickets in the process. That should be Royals' aim here between Dasis Manchanayaka and Umindu. What do you think?
Yes, indeed, because the Royalists obviously are looking for a lead here, and they've been going well during the first half of this session. Scoring many boundaries, to be honest. They've scored over 4 boundaries in 1 over. as I can remember. So that shows that the Royalists are in a very attacking mindset, but the Thomians have been able to outcast them with their beautiful bowling, I should say, and especially the spinners. They were able to bring back the Thomians into the game with their consistent line and length, especially with Janidu, the man with the golden arm, I should say, picking up a wicket, as well as Charu Kapiris, who's been the leading wicket taker. Oh, that
And
goes.
inside edge. That runs for a boundary. Yet again.
Very close indeed. Kavidu Dias, he's been brilliant throughout this season, and he's showing a glimpse of what he is capable of. And that was an inside edge. Very lucky, Uvidu. He moves into his 40s, I guess.
Yes. Umidu is at 44 right now, just 6 runs away from his half century. Smiles. I beg your pardon, Uvindu is at 40 right now.
I think Kavidu should look into more leg side-ish feel, maybe get in a leg slip in place, and look to trap Uvidu for his leg glance. He's been pretty vulnerable, to be honest, while glancing that ball towards the leg side. So if he can get in a leg slip or even a short leg for that matter, I think Kavidu could succeed.
Leaves that ball. Seeing that we have had 1.5 days of play already and it's 3 p.m. here at SSC, what do you think potentially is gonna in your mind, is it already a draw, or what is actually happening here? Because we have only had just 3 wickets in Royal College's first innings, and we have 7 more wickets in this innings and an entire 2 innings to play from St. Thomas and Royal College. What do you think? How do you imagine this the third day of play going in?
Yes, definitely. When examining the batting card of the Royalists, it's very clear that batting is very tough out there. So if the Royalists can, get close to 242 and even try to get a lead very quickly before tomorrow, maybe during the morning session of tomorrow, if they go for a declaration, I mean, certainly, if they try their best to get the Thomians out and maybe bamboozle the Thomians for a score below 100, I mean, we can look for a result, even a royal victory.
Definitely. And that is something that we always would need a result. I mean, a draw would not be what we would expect. Some result, because that is the excitement in the game.
Yes, on the other hand, the Thomians might be looking to get the Royalists out to the to bowl, maybe by getting them all out for a score, for a modest score rather, below 150, I guess, to have a lead of over 100. That is a good lead indeed in a pitch like this.
Yes, definitely. And looking at Kanistan Gunaratnam here, that has been played, and a good effort by the fielder there. But however, it has run for 4, and another boundary for Royal College. We hear the prefects of Royal College yet again chanting and cheering for the home team, for the team, and giving a huge cheer and a boost of confidence for Dasis Manchanayaka and Umindu. Yeah, there at the crease.
That was a brilliant delivery by Kanistan Gunaratnam, and Kavidu Dias, after bowling a brilliant spell, did a great effort as well out there at the fine leg boundary to cut out the boundary, but unfortunately he was unable to do so.
Yes, and also with that boundary that leads Royal College to their 100 team 100. Yet again, some brilliant fielding by.
Yes. That was Dineth Gunawardena for the Thomians. He's been a wonderful fielder throughout the second session, putting him out there mostly at square leg.
What do you think, like, when we look into the St. Thomas's batting yesterday, St. Thomas's were comfortably at 53 for no loss, and we thought that okay, St. Thomas's is going to go big, and right here we see 104 for 3, and St. Thomas's College all of a sudden was 74 for 6, 74, I beg your pardon, 74 for 5. What do you think that made that difference here?
Yes, certainly the overcast conditions. Yesterday morning, of course, we had a lot of rain, and the Thomians came out to bat with the overcast conditions, which was suited for the fast bowlers. But the Royalists were unable to actually use that advantage for their success, I guess, considering they were unable to pick up any wickets. But in the second session, with a rain delay after the lunch break, the Royalists were able to use the overcast conditions once again to pick up 5 wickets. But at the very moment, we don't see a pretty overcast condition, considering there was no rain during the lunch session, and we did have a bit of rain in the morning. But now the batsmen are feeling, I guess, more confident to play, rather than the conditions we had yesterday with many rain showers throughout the day. So I think the Thomians are having less advantage, considering that there's not much of overcast conditions for them at the moment, and also the green pitch has also disappeared. The green spots on the pitch has disappeared for the fast bowlers, so that could also be a kind of a disadvantage for the Thomians, considering that they are a fast bowler-led lineup with 3 fast bowlers and just 1 frontline spinner and a few part-timers. So the Thomians are struggling, but they have done well with their fast bowlers bowling at consistent line.
Yes, Gavindu, and we have just reached the end of another over. The 24th over has just ended, and Royal College is 105 for the loss of 3 wickets. In rather good position, they trail by 137 runs. Talking about yesterday, yesterday as well, we had some rain in the morning, but towards the latter part of the day or whatever, we didn't actually see any rain, and we expect the pitch to be rather drier, considering those circumstances.
Yes, also we have witnessed a change in bowling. It's the captain, Ryan Fernando, coming into bowl. He's been wonderful throughout the season, considering he's been having a golden arm this season, actually picking up 4 for 8 against St. John's College, and that was a brilliant spell of bowling by the captain. Apart from his brilliance with the bat, he's been good with the ball as well, so he's a wonderful all-rounder. Let's see how he goes. A full-length delivery to start off.
Goes to the fielder. It's not.
He has 2 slips in place, so he's looking for maybe somewhere outside the off stump or even on off stump, maybe trying to bring it back into the right-hander. That's something he'll be looking into. Brilliant. He's bowling it outside off, trying to get the outside edge to one of the slip fielders there. Field is quite attacking, to be honest, considering he has only 2 deep fielders at this moment, with all the other fielders inside the 30-yard circle and 2
Yes,
slips in place.
And that makes it clear the strategy of Ryan Fernando and the fellow Thomians is quite clear from that. They are never rather likely to leak any runs. They have their confidence, and they're trying to contain Royal College within that inner circle itself, and that is something of a great great mindset that we have seen even throughout the previous innings as well. Yes, Ryan Fernando.
Yes, that line and length is good. Ryan is trying to get him onto the front foot, as I said, to get the outside edge. Ryan Fernando has been brilliant throughout this season, like many of the past captains of college has been. As many of the past captains have been batsmen, we have not spoken of their bowling aspect, but Ryan has been brilliant as well throughout this season with the ball. As Gishan Balasuriya did in the first innings, Ryan is also planning to pick up a few wickets here and bring back the Thomians into this game with 3 wickets gone from the Royalist side. They have 7 wickets in hand, of course, with them trailing by 137 runs. So Ryan Fernando is trying to pick up a few wickets. He's bought in a gully as well, attacking more and more Ryan. Oh, that was a brilliant delivery once again, but Uvidu is very patient and he's
A little bit of a struggle for the Royalists to play some runs in that over and play some shots and really get the ball going. And it has been a magnificent over from
Yes,
the Thomian
indeed.
captain.
A
It's-
maiden over. I think this was the first maiden over after a few, after approximately about 10 overs. So, and that concludes the second session of day 2. And we are moving into the tea break for day 2.
Yes, and we have the scoreboard reading after 25 overs just before the tea break. Royal College 105 for 3 wickets. We expect to see rather much more exciting cricket after the tea break as well. The third session of the day, the final session, and hopefully will bring us to something.
Uvidu remains not out on 41. We'll be looking into his half century during the third session. And also Dasis Manchanayaka remains not out on 17. With the Thomians, Kavidu Dias picking up 2 wickets and also Janidu Abhigunavardhana picking the important wicket of Sinet.
It has been an impressive cricketing display throughout all these 5 sessions of the 2 days so far.
I should say this session was of course shared once again between the Royalists and Thomians, considering that the Thomians were able to pick up 3 quick wickets at the start, but the Royalists too were able to come back and score 105 runs. So that was a brilliant comeback from the Royalists, of course. So this session has been shared once again, ladies and gentlemen. However, the first session was once again, it was a brilliant session for the Royalists, considering that they were able to bamboozle the Thomians for 242 runs.
Definitely, and Royalists are already halfway through with 7 wickets left, and that is what impresses everyone. But however, it's rather hard to think that we can look into some solid result in this game, don't you think?
Yes, considering that the Royalists are not really batting, not really attacking the ball with the Thomians bowling a very defensive line and length, I feel that this game is heading towards a draw. But if the Royalists come out and bat well during the third session to score a few quick runs, I guess we can look into a result, maybe even a royal win.
Definitely, because this is cricket, and cricket is really unpredictable. You never know what is going to happen, because at one point a player might be just raining, there might be a whole lot of boundaries and runs just flowing through, and then all of a sudden a breakthrough and a series of wickets could actually topple the game towards the other side. That is the nature of unpredictability of cricket, and we never know what would happen.
Yes, indeed, Ravidu. This game of cricket is certainly unpredictable, and also the Thomians will be coming with a very positive mindset, considering the very gloomy conditions at the moment. We can expect rain during the third session, so the Thomians will come out confident, especially their fast bowlers, to quickly go through the Royalist lineup and maybe get them all out for a score below 150 if that's possible during the third session, and even going to bat for at least 1 hour by the end of the session, and that will bring up a possibility for a Thomian win even during the third day's play, because we have a lot of play left in this encounter, the whole day, a full day of cricket tomorrow. So there is a possibility of the Thomians coming back after the tea break to maybe pick up a few quick wickets from the Royalists to get them all out for a score below 150. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, and let us conclude this session for now, and we'll meet up once again after the tea break. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in.
Most often than not, in this time, we usually go into the analysis part of things, talk about the match, talk about what kind of batting strategy should Royal apply, what kind of bowling strategy should St. Thomas apply. But we decided to spice it up this time, and now we have to join me is Mr. Sarit Fernando, the current head prefect of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. Good evening, Sarit.
Good evening, Nevan. I didn't know I was here to spice things up, but anyway, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
So, Sarit, being the head prefect of St. Thomas's College during the Royal Thomian is a huge responsibility. Can you tell us what kind of responsibilities you have and how important a role do you play at the Royal Thomian?
So I think for me personally, from the first time I came for a big match, I was probably in 2007, the year before I joined school. Seeing the prefects, the tent committee, rather on the field, supporting the 11 boys who take the field, it has always been a dream of mine to be one of them, standing there carrying around a flag, wearing the hat, looking cool with a pair of shades. Unfortunately, I don't have shades this year, but it's definitely been a dream of mine to be a part of the tent committee. Never expected it to be at the highest level as a tent secretary with my deputy head prefect Sai. But it's definitely been a great honor of mine, and I consider it a great privilege. And despite there being no spectators this year, we're still managing to make the best of it. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity that we had, because last year, as just a member of the tent committee, being a school prefect, I did not get that opportunity last year. But nonetheless, it's been a fantastic 1.5 days so far, and really looking forward to the remainder of the game. In terms of responsibilities, I think it's pretty straightforward. The tent committee is responsible for the publishing of the souvenir, usually managing the boys' tent as well. However, this year there is no boys' tent. Yeah, I mean, just the general preparations for big match. It's really been it's been a lot of work, and we have a fantastic team working behind the scenes. They've really got their eye on the ball, and it's really been a very, very fantastic experience. I'm very grateful for every second of it.
How big of a miss is the boys' tent?
Yeah, I think the whole atmosphere of big match has really changed this year, and I think we're just a couple of minutes. The boys are just taking on the field, so I'll make it very quick. But big match is not big match without the spectators. I know the game is very important, and the 22 boys taking the field is, it's a huge response. It's a huge weight on their shoulders, and it's a great privilege for them to be to represent their respective schools. While the cricket is also obviously the main part of this Battle of the Blues, the spectators and everything that goes on around it is also, the carnival-like atmosphere is also a very vital part of it, and that's what the big match is probably best known for. But given the circumstances, we had to call a compromise this year. But hopefully next year things will be better. We as a country would kind of pull our socks up a bit more, and we will have the big match as we know it.
And now, unfortunately, we're cut for time. But I have to ask this one. So I was told to ask you a lot about the cricket match, but I'll ask you just one question. Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I think looking at the way things are going, the match is likely to end up in a draw. So, which means most importantly, the shield will come into the Warden's Trophy cabinet, which is what's important. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarit, for this interview. Unfortunately, we did have another person involved to take part in this interview, Mr. Sai Sivendra, who's the Deputy Head Prefect of St. Thomas College, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, we're unable to interview him at this moment in time. Thank you very much, Sarit, for this interview, and I hope that the rest of the match will go smoothly for you and the rest of the prefect's body. Thank you very much, Sarit.
Thanks.
Right. And that concludes our tea break analysis. We will be providing you with the ordinary live stream that we've been providing you for the past 1.5 days. Please stay tuned for catch the third session of the second day of the 143rd Battle of the Blues.
Posty and Darcis Manchanayaka has to make his way back to the pavilion. Traptor BW Big wicket there for the Thomians. A much needed breakthrough. Royal was getting away with the game now. ABC.
A much needed breakthrough for St. Thomas's College, I would say. Now Royal College is 105 for the loss of 4 wickets. Dasis Manchanayaka was looking really good. He was looking for a good score. And however, just after tea, we have Kanistan Gunaratna against Dasis Manchanayaka, and Dasis fails to keep the concentration and get it going. But however, good performance for the young man.
Once again, an opening just after a break. And the new batsman makes his way to the middle.
The new batsman Ramiru has made his way into the crease.
Was pretty impressive with the ball, Ramiru, but has not had the best of seasons so far. And he'll be wanting to prove everyone wrong and show what he's truly capable of.
Definitely, definitely.
And a dejected
Royal are 4 wickets down right now, and it's 105.
Kanistan striking straight after tea. And the Thomians will be looking to get another early wicket. Probably the wicket of Uwindu, the set batsman. But what a break can do is that it can shift your focus. And that's what happened there for Dasis Manchanayaka. Straight away after tea, Kanistan came steaming in with the in-swinger, and Dasis Manchanayaka just fell over the ball and ultimately ended up losing his wicket. Ramiru Pereira, average of 15 this season, hasn't had the best of seasons. So Royal not really by 137 runs. And all of a sudden, it looks a different game. Royal was going away with the game with Dasis Manchanayaka and Uvidu, and suddenly an opening for St. Thomas's. And Ramiru Pereira, the new man in. Short leg in place as well. Kanistan, he's been pretty impressive. He's getting a bit of swing off the wicket as well. Just swinging it away. We can see Senadi Kulama at short leg. What would Royal's approach be from here, Ramidu?
I think Royal's approach should be yet again make sure, because we have yet again rather good batting performances, rather good batters, experienced batters. So we should try and not let those wickets fall down, because we have seen some rather experienced players not doing a really great job in this match, in this innings, and hopefully because they have so much of, even when they go into the pitch, they have so much of pressure, they have so much of, a lot of people are expecting them to score big and go big, and even that thing applies for the bowlers as well. When we see some great bowler here, and we see Kanistan Gunaratnam going once again.
Once again, good delivery, getting a bit of shape away from the batsman. And as you can see, there are 3 slips and a gully. So St. Thomas is right on the attack here, even with a short leg fielder. And that marks the end of a successful over. Royal 105 for the loss of 4 at the end of 25 overs. From approaches here, obviously Royal has to get a win here. St. Thomas's has the shield, so Royal is under tremendous pressure to try and get the shield back, and it's quite evident from the way that they're playing. They want a result. They're playing pretty aggressively, going for their strokes, and that would have brought the downfall of some of their batsmen early on. And so they are under immense pressure, and what the Thomians should do is they should capitalize on the opportunity, build more dot deliveries as they want to move on with the game. Let them force a mistake from them, and you shouldn't try too hard. And that's what Charaka Pires should do right now. He shouldn't try to overdo anything. Just try and land the ball in good areas, build the dot deliveries, and the mistake will eventually come.
Yes, and Charaka Pires is being called into the attack, with the bowling attack by Ryan Fernando.
Once again.
Yes,
and
once again.
what I feel
Get a
Ryan
good
should
single
do right now is place a leg slip fielder as well. because it's not never easy when you had to play the flick shot, because you have to get your bat at a certain angle which is pretty uncomfortable as a batsman when you have to glance it really fine. So getting a leg slip will be a good option, particularly with the ball spinning back into the batsman. He already has a short leg, which is good. He has a slip as well, attacking, in case there is an outside edge. But a leg slip would also be good.
Yes, Royal College being rather cautious here with their shots. It's the two batsmen, Ramiru and Uvindu. Uvindu is at 42 right now. He's hopefully on his way to his half century.
He is the man St. Thomas's need at the moment. If he gets out, Roy would be in quite some pressure, under quite some pressure.
Definitely.
And they'll be in trouble if Uvindu gets out right now, considering that Dasis Manchanayakas, Hadisha Rajapaksa, Sinet, all of them back in the shed. A lot of responsibility has to be taken by Uvindu. And Charuka Piris has only conceded 8 runs so far. He needs to try and get the ball to turn out of the rough outside off. Again. So far, it doesn't look like he's trying to get a wicket. He's just trying to dot it up. And this is where I feel Ryan should try and place a leg slip fielder. Obviously, if he can be a bit fuller, then it'll be harder for the batsman with the ball turning into him. So he has to flick it off the pads. Once again,
A really good delivery.
Brave leave from the batsman.
What happens here in SSC is mainly it's whatever conditions, rain or whatever conditions it is there, it's mostly favoring the bowlers here at SSC. It's always favorable to the bowlers, the pitch, and we have seen it throughout these 2 days. It has been really hard for the batsmen to score runs, and again with the rain as well in the rain and even though there's no rain, sometimes the rainy climate, the gloomy climate would really affect the pitch as well. We are here at the end of 27 overs.
What we've seen from some of the batsmen is that you have to take your time to get in, and after you face a couple of deliveries, the moment at which you're set, you see those loose deliveries coming up. And what you need to do as a batsman is wear the bowlers down. Let them bowl at you. It doesn't matter if there are a couple of dot deliveries. Try and get the singles. You shouldn't always try and just go smashing the bowlers. You should try and get those singles and get set. And after that, the loose deliveries will come. We saw that early on. Coming the Dias and Caniston were bowling really well. But after a couple of overs, they were a bit tired. And then we saw the loose deliveries come in, and Sinet and Uvidu were able to capitalize very well. And that is exactly what they need to do right now. And that is what we saw yesterday from the Thomians when Sharuka and Senesh were batting. And obviously the ball is fresh after a break, so they're right on the money.
Yes, Caniston Gunaratnam is back in the attack. Here brought in by Ryan Fernando, Thomian captain. And
now we certainly see that the fans are getting in as well. The prefects of both schools cheering their sides on, no matter what is happening in the middle. So far it has been even Stevens, but this game can change very quickly, as we know cricket is a game which is highly unpredictable. We saw at one point St. Thomas's for 53 for no loss, then 5 for 78, then 6 for 206 ultimately. So which just proves that cricket is very unpredictable. And you really don't know which side will win at the moment. And it looks like the game is heading towards a draw, but there's still plenty of action that can happen. And it only takes one good spell or a couple of really good run-outs or anything.
yes, the Royal College batsmen Uvindu and Ramiru have actually the Royal College batsmen Uvindu and Ramiru actually have been trying. I beg your pardon. The Royal College batsmen alongside Uvindu, they have been trying to build up a partnership, and every time we have seen they're trying to settle, and then all of a sudden the partnership breaks, and that is what we saw in the last session as well. the partnerships are starting to build up, but then all of a sudden we have the break of the partnership, and that breaks the momentum in the batting side, and that is what the Thomians are trying to do right now as well. We have a bit of a gloominess in the SSC area, but
Yeah,
however,
we do see a bit of a cloud cover now, the overcast condition setting in, and hopefully we don't have any more delays in the game, as we've already had a rain delay on both ways, and today we might lose a couple of overs towards the end, and we might not finish the quota of 90 overs, but hopefully all goes well, and if the over rate of the bowlers are good, we might be able to get in those 90 overs as well. And not all of us, we wait for this encounter, and it's something which is glorified in the school calendar as well, and it would be an utter shame to see this game washed out. And it's again Gunratnam, a bouncer this
bounce a ball
time,
this time.
changing things up. A bit of a different feel to Uvindu, who is the set batsman, compared to Ramiru, who is relatively new to the crease. We saw a short leg in place, and we saw 3 slips and a gully to Ramiru, but we only see 2 slips to Uvindu, which shows that Ryan is trying to be a bit more defensive against Uvindu, who is a set batsman, and he has played a couple of boundaries, so trying to just contain the runs as well, because you don't have a lot of runs to play with.
Yes,
And
definitely, Uvindu is the much more experienced player from the Royal side, and he should rather take up on a much greater responsibility here and try and score those runs that Royal College needs and potentially hit them to a lead, because they've already have lost 4 wickets, and the bowling attack and the fielding attack of the Thomians have been impressive.
so again, we got some pictures from Colombo. Yeah, beautiful scenery. Focusing on the match, we see the short leg getting his lid, and it seems that Shahrukh will continue from the Vidyama at the end. The game pretty evenly poised at this stage, and it could very well go either way. And St. Thomas's will be hoping that they can pick up Uvindu particularly, and then get another opening from both ends. Then you have 2 new batsmen at the crease, and then you can attack at both ends, instead of being defensive to just one field. And now we see two fielders under the lid. This is great captaincy by Ryan Fernando, certainly putting the pressure on the young Ramiru, who is playing his first Battle of the Blues encounter. He did bowl pretty well with the ball, picked up 2 wickets, picked up key wickets as well, actually at crucial moments of the game.
Charu Gapiris aided the St. Thomas's College batting lineup with brilliant 50, and now he's getting into action with his ball.
Yeah, Shahrukh, you can see that he's getting a bit of turn out of the pitch as well. He's a loop in the delivery, which is very good. And that's what he needs to do, is try and attack. And
I would like to also say Ramiru is actually handling the pressure quite well. Ramiru and Uvindu, they are handling the pressure pretty well as well, because they are 4 wickets down and they're expecting a lead, obviously.
yes, certainly. But what I've been seeing so far is the pressure is building on Royal a bit. We've seen the wicket go, and after that we haven't seen a lot of runs being scored. Probably about 4 runs after the wicket. And that has certainly put the brakes on Royal innings. And that could lead to a wicket, because the batsman feels that he needs to move on with the game, and that's when you see a hasty shot out of anger, out of frustration coming out. And that's what they need to avoid. They need to be patient. That's what we saw from Shahrukh and Sinesh yesterday when they were batting. They were very patient, and that is key. And even the openers of St. Thomas's setting a great example that patience is the key on this wicket. There is a bit of grass, but we haven't seen a lot of swing, and we've seen the spinners also getting a considerable amount of spin, which shows that the wicket is also evenly balanced, in the sense that it offers both spin and pace. Once again, trailing by 133 now. Shahrukh
It's
is getting
definitely,
the
as you said, the pace and the run rate of the Royal team has actually gone down after the fall of consecutive wickets. Not consecutive, but I would say when they were rather settling in into the scoreboard, they all of a sudden lose a wicket, and that is something that really has made a negative impact on the Royal innings so far.
Yeah, but I was pretty impressed with how the way Sinet and Uidu played, considering that they were 15 for 2 to be able to go up to 109 for 4 within 28 overs is pretty impressive. But nevertheless, like you said, I do agree at certain points when they looked like they were going away with the game, getting away with the game, couple of wickets have fallen. And once again, I like this field from Ryan Fernando. There's a short leg in, there are 3 slips and a gully. This is good attacking cricket. There are only 2 boundary riders, and there's no mid wicket, there's no cover, so he's basically telling the batsman, if you want, you can go after the delivery, and he's trying to get Ramidu to play at it. Canister once again on the hip and flicked away for a single down towards fine leg. Kavidu Dias, the man who picked up 2 wickets, just 16 years of age. Dinesh Gunawardena as well, playing his first encounter. It's unfortunate to get run out.
I have to agree with you upon Sinet and Ubindu's partnership. Actually, Sinet was one of the most impressive batsmen within this season itself. And they have produced a huge amount of runs. Caniston again.
Oh, big appeal, but sliding down leg side and not given. Caught Ramidu by surprise there. Caught Uidu by surprise there. Was a bit fuller and had a bit more pace on it. And Caniston, he's bowling well. He's been bowling particularly well in this spell. I felt that in the earlier spell he wasn't as effective, but this spell has been really good, right on point.
Yes, this encounter has actually showed us whatever performances that you actually have throughout the season, and even though you actually have scored or taken so many wickets, it actually comes to what you perform over here at the 3-day encounter here at the Battle of the Blues, because after all, this is the big match and it's called the big match for a reason. So we expect all our players to we know that all our players are giving their maximum, and that is what we need to see here. Caniston Gurunathan once again doing impressively well, all these cricketers here from both teams.
The flow of runs has certainly reduced, which is good. And St. Thomas is really hoping that they can get another wicket here. They really need one.
Yeah, exactly. I take this.
We've seen him talking to the bowler a lot, and he's been changing his fields consistently. And that is what he needed. The captain's innovation. Nothing much happening at the moment. The game trying to go on. Caniston has been good. The score 113 for 4 at the end of 30 overs. Royal still trailing by 129 runs. And Uvidu there on 44. He can get a 50 on debut. Only looks like Shahrukh Piris will continue from the Vidya Mautha end. Steps down the ground as he got it in the gap, and that's going to go for 4. Really good shot there from Uvidu once again, taking on Shahrukh, coming down the track and just flicking it over mid-wicket. Good shot there, and he moves to 48 with that.
Well, Uvidu Veerasekara is closing in on his half century. And also Royal College is just 125 runs trailing by. As long as he's still in the middle, there's still hope for Royal, as they know that this man can be their Mr. Reliable.
Exactly, and he's going to be key for Royal. They'll want him to make a big one here. Comes round the wicket now.
Well played.
And I think Uvidu needed that boundary. The runs haven't been coming after the wicket, and a much needed boundary for Royal College.
Well, right now, just few more minutes of play left in the day. Right now, these two batsmen in the middle, what they should know is to...
This time on the offside, he's going to get a couple of runs here. And that's going to be a 50 for Uvidu. What an innings. He was under pressure, but he's performed. And take a bow, Uvidu. What a knock that has been. Certainly has rescued the Royalists.
Yeah, what a masterclass of an innings by Uvidu Veerasekara.
You can see that's really nice to see from the Thomians applauding their counterpart when he gets a 50. And obviously Royal fans elated. We can see the prefects running around with the Royal College flag held high. See.
Something to smile at for Royal College. As I said, just few more hours left in the day's play.
Once again, cut away, but... Oh, there's another opportunity! Oh, missed opportunity! That was a definite chance. The batsman was in trouble, but there was no one to cover it up. Only a direct hit would have been gone. And he gets a life there, Ramiru.
He should thank his lucky stars at that moment. A direct hit was the option to get that man back into the dugout. But unfortunately, the bowler was not able to back the fielder there. A lost opportunity for St. Thomas's College.
Yeah, certainly would have been a game-changing moment that Mike Pereira tried to get a direct hit, but there was no one covering it up, unfortunately, and a missed opportunity. Comes down the track once again, but only a single.
Yeah, he's trying to be aggressive, get the maximum runs he can before the end of today's play. And both of them are actually staying in the middle, and what they should do now is not lose any wickets, because if they lose any wickets, it's going to be hard for Royal to come back.
Yeah.
Now this partnership is going. Ramiro is protecting his end and supporting Uvidu, so these two have to continue doing what they were doing long before.
And also, we probably at max would have 1.5 hours of play today, which means that Royal have to push for a result if they want to regain the shield from Mount Lavinia. And that is, they need to score, they need to bite down the deficit today and probably try and get as many runs tomorrow and putting the Thomians to bed, because otherwise we wouldn't have a result tomorrow. While the Thomians will be hoping that they can get the Royals out as soon as possible with a decent lead of about 75 runs. But at the moment, Royal needs to be proactive. They need to push a result, and that is exactly what Uvidu is doing at the moment.
Full length delivery.
Another run out opportunity missed, and the batsman is stranded at the non-striker's end, but he makes...
Well, again, the non-striker in batsman was not able to crease his bat. a gain
Once
and loss
again.
opportunity. Just 2 in 2 overs right now. So St. Thomas's College has to capitalize on these situations.
Certainly, there seems to be a bit of confusion between the two batsmen in the middle. Ramiru, slightly inexperienced, but you cannot afford to lose your wicket to a run out at this stage. A run out is the worst possible way that you can get out as a batsman, and you really hate it when you get run out as a batsman. And you don't want to give those half chances to Royal to St. Thomas's. So far, they haven't been able to capitalize on those 2 chances, but you don't want to give unnecessary chances at this point in time.
Ramiro Pereira on strike. Kingston Gunaratnam. Again, a good leg delivery, just an outswinger. Well played there.
Which has impressed everyone. And they scamper through for a quick single here. Good running. Better communication now. They need to improve on their communication. They can't afford to lose a wicket here. And especially for a runner.
Well, so far 10 extras have been given. Most of them are leg buys and some misfields as well, when there's no bat connected with the ball.
Smindu, what do you think Roy should do here? What should their approach be now, considering that they're 4 down, a deficit of 120 runs more?
Well, I think first of all in this session they should try to minimize that deficit. That's what they should do, because they can come out tomorrow and with a new approach they can come out tomorrow and actually get a lead from that point onwards. So right now what these two have to do is just stay in the middle. That's the game plan. That's the game plan that they want to follow. Put Uvindu Veerasegara, the man of the moment for Royal College, on strike and put Ramiro Pereira accompany.
Yeah, and certainly they can play best ball tomorrow, but today they need to somehow bite down this deficit. A good take there by Senesh. It was wide. It was going down leg side, and a good take. Keniston is not happy with that delivery. It was way down leg side. That's the end of the over. Royal 122.
Daddy.
Be back into the attack. Can be the man with the golden arm. Probably have 1.5 hours time of play. The play might be slightly extended. Rain permitting. Yeah, and considering that he is more medium pace than fast, we can see that the keeper is up close and he has 2 slits as well.
The swing has to be the condition that will win us wickets. If you can swing the ball both ways and trouble the batsman with that swing, then I'm pretty sure he can change the game.
Certainly, it reminds me of Vernon Fernando, the short runner, who used to be very effective even though he was quite slow.
That's why he got more than 400 test wickets.
Yes, exactly. His swing was key, and Let's see whether Ryan can produce a wicket here. Right, so we have a change in the com box. We got Nevan Sundara joining in, and this is Minash Daratna signing out.
Thank you very much, Minash. Successive. After loss of that wicket, Thomians are right back on top. It's very interesting at this point. I've been told, given the statistics presented to us, there is an issue with Royal's batting because Royal loses one more wicket. They do not have any significant batters to come in and really play along yet. Still over 100 runs behind the score. This is a potential issue for Royal. And we saw this. That was one of the reasons to why the Royals scored a finish. They weren't getting shots. I think what Ryan French is to get that correct. All the Thomian fast bowlers need to get that 9 rate correct.
That's absolutely correct.
No.
Them trying to make the mistakes.
Definitely right. Because the reason no team win the match. And if you're just running out the overs, it's just a very bland Royal Thomian.
The Royal is keen on winning this. What about the Thomians?
You asked that question, didn't you, Vindu? Well, of course, us Thomians, we wouldn't mind a draw considering the retained shield. But I'm 100% sure how the Royal is definitely want that win to come your way. And as we speak, we see the place where the shield is not.
But it will be the place where the shield will be.
That confident, huh? But I must say though, it's a really nice time to have this kind of rivalry. I mean, the fact that we can banter each other here and still remain friends really comes to the fact that the rivalry just goes beyond anything else. The fact that we can just fake jokes at each other and still remain friends and have that connection. I think that is something that is remarkable and that is something exclusive to Royal. The appeal, all appeal. But the umpire seems to be unconvinced. The Thomians were very confident with that appeal. The umpire seems unconvinced that that really hit anything in that instance. And see the Thomian fans expressing their frustration quite vocally.
I can hear that, of course, right next to me.
Are you referring to the Thomians in the commentary box?
Yes, of course.
Well, of course, even though we're supposed to remain quiet to make sure nothing interferes with the mic. It's a lovely pull shot there. It's running down towards the boundary. And that reaches the fence. As I was coming back to say, even though the Thomians are meant to be quiet, no one can really strike down that sense of passion.
Well, that is true, that is true. Again, this is a rivalry, but we also have to mention that this is a brotherhood. This has been continuing for 143 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this isn't, I wouldn't even call it a rivalry at this point. It's more of a brotherhood. It's like the rivalry is there. Like all brothers, we tend to fight it out, but at the end of the day, it's all hugs, and we all try to make sure we maintain that relationship throughout.
Both sides have only one objective, but at the same time, they know how to keep the spirit of the game alive. That's what matters at the most at the end of the day.
Definitely, and that's a brilliant ball by Gunaratnam, trying to get the Royalists to play. But Canister Gunaratnam has really fixed his line. He was bowling all over the place at the start of the innings, and really he was giving the fresher 15-year-old with the responsibility of bowling much better and bowling the line, bowling the correct line and length. And it seems as if Gunaratnam has really struck back to make sure that he really bowls that correct line and leads from the front. As a loud appeal, not given by the umpire again, but I think that was going down leg in that instance.
Well, that is true. The umpire was not interested.
Again, we can see the Thomian fans being extremely frustrated.
As a royalist, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
We can definitely see that sigh of relief in the commentary box. But I must say though, Uvindu hasn't... There have been a lot of close calls for Uvindu in these past few overs. I mean, if the Thomians can build on the pressure that he is under, considering he's the one who's already scored that half century, I think it's very important that they keep building that pressure on him, because he is also very explosive batsman. We saw that in a period where he was batting with Sinet in where he's batting with Sinet Jayawardene in those instances. We saw where he was really explosive, he could free his arms a bit. But considering he has a new batter in, as Ramiro, he has been a lot more conservative with how he's scoring runs. I think what Thomian needs to do is add that pressure on and compound the pressure on him.
Well, that is actually a huge pressure he's under, but at the same time, when Raviru is protecting the wicket in the other end, he's got that strength of going forward. That's what Uvindu Weerasekara needs at the moment. He needs a partner who he can rely on. And coming back to the point of Canister Gunaratnam's line and length, Niman, I think right now, just few moments ago, I just saw a delivery which came back into the right hand. So it was pitched in the right length. So like you said, if he could actually maintain that line and length, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have to wait for another scalp under his tally.
Yeah, I mean, Gunaratnam needs to lead from the front here. The fact that, Dias was the one who's really bowling those wicket-taking deliveries shows that the fresher was given a significant responsibility with the ball. And Gunaratnam initially wasn't really performing to the expectation behind his name. But now we see that he's trying to correct himself, and that's what you want to see from your leaders. We saw players like Sadisha Rajapaksa in the Royal innings really leading from the front with the ball in those instances. See, Ryan Fernando continues on the Vidya Mouth end. That's cut away. But I must say though, even though Royal has lost some wickets, the rotation of the strike in certain instances during the game has been absolutely incredible. They haven't been being extremely defensive like we saw the Thomians were. They were a bit more aggressive with the shots they were playing, with the runs they were trying to get. And that is what you want to see from batting side that is chasing a somewhat low total at the SSC. I also think I think the Thomians also need to change their strategy in these instances, purely because of the fact we saw Gishan Balasuri in his captaincy, and that really worked for Royal. They were using short spells for their batters, extremely short spells of their bowlers rather, and they were using them effectively, meaning the amount of field settings were being constantly changed. The field settings were constantly being changed in order to reflect what the bowlers wanted. And we saw no batter could really get comfortable because what they were being bowled at and the field settings were constantly being changed. And it was very good captaincy by Balasurian, where we saw at the start of Thomian innings, Dias and Gunaratnam were bowled for 12 overs at a stretch. And that is taxing on any fast bowler, considering factoring the run-up and everything like that. Again, I think Fernando is struggling with the line here, because you could just see that Ramiro is a fresher at the crease. He doesn't have the necessary experience that you would want to, where he can just leave his arms and lift his arms at that ball. Doesn't necessarily reflect the greatest bowling.
Well, that's driven, and that's going to be a
Come on, නැගිටන් ඕනේ ආ. නැගිටේ ඕනේ හොඳ එකක් දාන්න. අන්නාරි ආ. ලා චාරුකේ. මිස්කෙදෙන්. චාරු. උඩල්ලලා වැඩි පොඩ්ඩක්. උඩල්ලලා වැඩි. ඉතලා ගන්න කවෝ නැගිටක් ගාලා මුයිසද එන්න වදන් ගම් නැගිල්ලා ගන්න ළමයි නැගිල්ලා ගන්නකෝ කමෝන් අන්නාරි වේරි කරලා දාන්න බෝල වේරි කරලා දාන්න Charuka, Maggie, come on, Charu. Tiger. Ini dengan nega phone. Annari.
But due to the superb expertise of the Merc Live crew, the mics were back on. And so is our commentary. And we can continue to pester you with our comments. Something that I've been really impressed by with Uvindu and Ramiru is the constant communication between each other. They'll be constantly talking to each other to make sure that each of them is alright. If they face a really good delivery, they go and speak to each other to make sure that they are much better facing the next delivery. I think Pete is getting a lot of turn off this week. I think
In that delivery with the Veerasekara was again thinking of coming down the track, as I saw, but again just knew that he had to conserve his wicket and played it well in the front foot.
I must say though, Veerasekara in those instances has been very, very good in trying to read the ball, because he thought maybe I should come forward to this, but he decided to stay back a bit because he saw that turn that's coming in. In case he misses the shot, it's his stumps that he'll be taking, that's his stumps that the ball will be hitting. And that's very good ball judgment and judging the variation that Charles Paris has. And at the end of the over, score stands at 136, or rather 138 for 4. Beg your pardon, it is 136 for 4. Ryan Fernando continuing from the tennis court end.
Ramiro Pereira on strike.
I think what Ryan needs to do is get his line right. We see the urgency by which Veerasekara really wants the strike, because he doesn't want Ramiro Pereira to really have the strike. Now, something that I've gotten to know, Minidu, is that Royal don't have any significant batters after Nitin Panapitia. I wanted to know if that analysis true?
Well, it's not actually true, Revan. As I have seen these players play before in the under 15 categories, under 13 categories, and I know some of those tail enders could be game changers with the bat as well. For an instance, we got Sandesh Ramanayaka, who is an all-rounder, and Dan Poddiwala, who has first-class centuries under his name. So I think Thomian should not underestimate the tail enders of the Royalists, because they can change the game whenever they want to. So right now they should focus on putting pressure on one player, one batter at the moment, and that is Ramiro Pereira, and get the others back in the dugout as quickly as possible.
I mean, that is definitely true. And Royal has a history of tail enders being game tail. I mean, I was right here on that Mustangs Trophy day where Lahiru Madhushankar put Kalana Pereira all over the SSC. That was one incredible match. I remember I was talking to, I think it was Kai Sangani, one of the older commentators at Merc Live, and he was I was telling him that, we're all going to want who's going to bowl after Kalana Pereira, because we knew Kalana Pereira was not very expensive. He might pick up a wicket here and there. And we were all discussing whether Kalana Pereira, who's going to bowl after Kalana Pereira. But then Lahiru Madhushankar made sure there wasn't a discussion after Kalana Pereira, because everything he bowled at him ended up at various sections of the SSC.
Right now, Neman, do you want to remind yourself of those days?
I don't want to, but you made me remember it, Minidu.
Well, actually, it was not me, it was your question.
But I must say, that was, even though St. Thomas's lost, it was one of the most exciting Mustangs trophies I was ever seen. But I would say the most exciting one for me was, of course, the 2016 Mustangs trophy at the Premadas Stadium, where St. Thomas's needed some 40-odd runs in, I think, 3 overs, and Sitara Hapwin hammered the ball to all areas of the pitch to really make sure, given the fact that St. Thomas had lost their big match that year, that they were able to go home with some sort of silverware for that season.
Well, that was the other way in 2019 for Royal College. They lost the Battle of the Blues, but they redeemed themselves in the Mustangs Trophy.
Seems to be quite weird, isn't it, Minu, that the team that goes on to win this big match then loses at the Mustangs Trophy.
Do you think it's a curse, or is some kind of witchcraft playing into this?
It could be both. It could be both.
Or it could be coincidence.
But it's a lot more exciting when people say it's down to the devil.
Just a few moments ago, we saw Ryan Fernando having a discussion with his keeper. So he's bringing back Kanistan Gunaratnam back into the strike. A new strategy introducing him back into the attack.
I'm pretty concerned about the overusage of Kanistan Gunaratnam because Kanistan Gunaratnam is St. Thomas's main fast bowler and he's bowled more than 8 to 9 overs already. I'm pretty sure he's bowled more than 10 overs in fact. And it seems to be an issue with the umpires in this instance. It's a light reading.
Well, that in fact, Nevan, right now it's pretty gloomy out here.
It
The clouds
definitely
are
is
coming
major.
in. The sunshine that you can see is not here at the moment. So the umpires are having a discussion regarding this. What will their decision be? If they call off the day, it will be a huge loss for Royal College to add on more runs to their scoreboard.
Yeah, and I think definitely if this ends up if we stop play now, most likely than not, we will be ending up in a draw tomorrow morning, or rather tomorrow, then the stumps of day 3. I don't think either one of us want, me especially want, to be bad light and, finish it off a bit earlier. But again, we'll be missing out on some exciting cricket, which of course any Sri Lankan would choose cricket over a shield.
Right now, a lot of our viewers are praying that the umpires don't take the decision of calling off the game, and that has been taken. The umpires are convinced the play has been delayed due to bad light.
Yes, it does seem as if the match is being called off due to bad light.
A huge blow for Royal College. Just few more minutes. If they were in the middle, they could have added some more runs to their scoreboard and minimized that deficit.
Yes, definitely it's bad light. Looks like that's the end of day 3, or rather day 2, of the 143rd Battle of the Blues.
The covers are coming in. The fielders are walking off the ground. So right now we saw plenty of action throughout the day 2 of this 143rd Battle of the Blues. The question remains, what will unfold on day 3, Nevan? What will you expect from both the sides when they go out into the middle on day 3?
I think you should leave something for the post-match analysis, Minidu. But
well, there's plenty of post-match analysis coming your way.
yeah. So I personally think what will happen is, if Royal really wants to win the big match this year, they would accelerate as fast as possible in the morning. They'd go for some high-risk cricket, scoring as many runs as they can in the first session, or even half of the first session. Maybe get to something like 250 and declare and give it and then get the Thomians to bat and then bowl them out as fast as possible and then chase down whatever score that St. Thomas's. But I think that's the only viable strategy that Royal College has at this moment if they are to win the Royal Thomian.
Well, that is of course, Nevan, that is of course true.
It's very unfortunate we had to stop play at 4:30. We have half an hour more of play typically on a normal day with abundant sunlight. Sometimes you would go even after 5 just to make sure you get as many overs in as possible. But unfortunately today, the weather gods haven't been on the sides of the 11 men who took to the pitch these couple of days. Now we see the covers have been taken off, Minidu. It's quite odd.
Still some confusion around here.
Yes.
To see whether the day's proceedings have come to a close. But right now the Thomian fielders are still out in the boundary line.
They are out. They haven't necessarily gone into the dressing rooms, which we would have expected if it was actually stumps to day 2. We would expect the Thomian fielders to be going in, and even the Royal batters are still out there.
The Royal batters, I think, Nevan, they went back into the tunnel and
Oh, sorry, I seem to have been confused. I think I saw a boy with a helmet and I thought must be the batter. I, I apologize for that. The umpire is having a discussion with both the Thomian skipper and the Royal skipper. I think it's Kishan Balasuri and Ryan Fernando out there. I think they're discussing the bad light situation at the SSC here. If you were the Thomian skipper in that situation, Minidu, where the umpires are talking about bad light, if you were the Thomian skipper in that situation, what would you be saying? Would you say it's bad light, we should go in? Or would you say let's play on?
well, if I was a Thomian skipper anyone, then I would obviously tell the umpire or try to convince him to stop the proceedings of the day, because you don't want to give the Royalists another few more minutes to add more runs to their scoreboard, because that will reduce the deficit they are under right now. So basically, that's what any skipper would do when they are in a situation like that.
Yeah, and we all know what the Royal skipper is asking for. They're asking for a couple of more overs. I just want to remind all our viewers that in the case where you're in a situation where you cannot watch the live stream, the app, the Royto Media app, is available on both the App Store on iOS and the Play Store on Android. So in the case where, let's say, you have a boss who doesn't necessarily let you watch the Battle of the Blues on live stream, you can of course keep your phone on. You can watch and see what's happening unfold, and you can watch, or you can rather see what's unfolding on the SSC surface on your phone and catch the action there. And mind you, it isn't just notifications of when someone gets a 50 or wicket falls. It is ball by ball text commentary that we're providing to you on that Royto Media app. So you won't be able to miss a single delivery. You would know exactly what is happening at the Royal Thomian in the case you want to download that app. I must thank the people at the ICT Society of St. Thomas College for providing us with such an app to make sure that individuals are able to are able to see what's happening around the match. And also, you will get another added feature of the app is the fact that you will be getting notifications when there is a 50 partnership, if a wicket falls, when there is 50 runs, when the batter scores 50 runs, or when a bowler gets a 5-wicket haul, or whether it's drinks break, whether it's stumps, whether it's the end of session. All those things you'll be able to get analysis as well as a notification of what's happening on the ground through the Royto Media app, provided to you by the ICT Society of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. And also you have the Royal side of it as well at the Royal Media app. I beg your pardon, Royal Sports app provided to you by the Computer Society of Royal College.
Is it confirmed that it's are here for a short session with the head prefect of Royal College, Sir Kavisha Ratnayaka. Good evening, Kavisha.
Good evening.
Yes. So I would like to ask you, how does it feel like being the head prefect of Royal College, this prestigious organization, during the 143rd Battle of the Blues?
So being a prefect of Royal College itself is quite an honor. So it's quite prestigious position, and I'm honored to hold the position of head prefect. Yeah.
Definitely. And with that, I would like to also ask, seeing on to these positions as a head prefect and the 143rd Battle of the Blues being one of the main events of the school calendar, what sort of responsibilities do you actually have regarding the entire match?
Yeah, so this year actually the responsibilities of the prefects are quite toned down due to the match being behind closed doors. Generally, the prefects are quite involved in running the boys' tent and organizing it. So since this time we don't have a boys' tent, our responsibilities are limited to the field to support the boys and to make sure that they have everything they need and all the support they need while they play the game.
Yes, thank you. And we saw the prefects of Royal College giving a huge inspiration and a huge motivation towards our players on like whatever it is, whether it's a boundary or whether it's a wicket. And how do you think the prefects of Royal College actually have been supporting the team?
The support has been there right throughout, from before the game, not just during the game, from before the game, weeks leading up to the game as well. It will always be there, and the boys have been playing quite well. It's been a slow game, hindered by rain and bad light, but we are hoping for a good session tomorrow as well.
Definitely. And before I wind up this session, I would like to ask, what sort of game do you think is in our hands in day 3? Seeing as to we have lost plenty of time due to rain and bad weather, and we are still in the first innings of play, and we have an entire inning left over.
There'll be a lot to play for. It'll certainly be exciting tomorrow, so we're hoping for the best. We're hoping for good weather, and hoping that the boys will play good enough to bring the shield back home. We have all the belief that it will happen, and yeah, good luck to the boys.
Definitely, and that's our head prefect. That's the head prefect of Royal College, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I would like to say thank you to our head prefect, and definitely we'll see you tomorrow with the day 3 of the Battle of the Blues, 143rd historic Battle of the Blues here at the SSC Stadium live. Thank you so much for tuning in with us.